Yo. Yo. What up, chat? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Wait, Pixel, what is that? I know I'm staying up too late when I'm awake for Twitch's notification that Dunk is started streaming. What's up, Pixel? Hope you're having a good night. Happy Friday to you too there, Skewer. It is so late on Friday night that it is actually Saturday morning. It is 1:42 a.m. Pretty late.
So, are you finally ready to stop pushing me towards a dunce cap against my will?
CK. If you weren't here yesterday, for anybody who's curious what CK is talking about,
I really wish you guys could
yesterday,
see this guy right now. He is drenched in sweat.
during the daily run, the all gamble run,
Ashford, the captain of the OPA Behemoth.
I was hacked and my mouse blew up and my keyboard fell apart and I died.
It's time to stop. It's time
But-
to stop, okay? No more.
But don't worry.
No, stop talking, go get 'em.
Don't worry, we've repaired everything. Even though your streaks are now dead because I died in yesterday's run.
I really wish
Let me hold on. Let me explain. Thank you for all the support, chat. Thank you for the love. Let me explain. Even though I died in the run, you can rest easy knowing it wasn't my fault. Right? You know what I
I
mean?
really wish you guys could
You're gonna
sweat.
stop playing games.
Keyboard is a metaphor for his skill. No, it's what? 2 hours of Yolk TI or no forgiveness?
Your side of the story and the side of the truth.
No forgiveness. Can we get a bet on whether you are going to start a run within 2 hours? I'd like to start my doubting career with a W. Piglet, come on, man. What the hell, Piglet? Listen. We'll get to the gameplay quick today. We're going to play a little bit of Noita, a lot of Noita. In fact, I think it was, we had a couple people suggesting that they wanted me to do a Pollen Engine run. So we may do a little bit of a Pollen Engine run today. Perhaps. Can you play Ask the Gods with the Pollen Engine run? If you start the game in less than 4 minutes, there will be gameplay pre 1 hour. All right, we can do this. We can do this. I'm trying to think how to define the bet is all. Because Laup was wanting to say do the Ask the Gods with it. If you're curious, we wanted to do a pollen trigger loop kind of theme or a pollen engine, whatever you want to call it, run. I posted a video on this. Shit, some Dunk VODs. When was it that you edited that? You probably edited that like 6 months ago, something like that. But anyways, I still have a lot to learn about the whole pollen engines and all that stuff. 4 months ago, some Dunk VOD says it was a little while ago. I can't remember a lot of stuff about it, and there's a lot of things that I still have to learn about it. So I'd kind of like to goof around with it today, maybe learn some stuff, learn a couple tricks. Maybe chat will teach me some stuff. How about this? Okay, so Noita, Pollen Engine daily run. Kill 3 bosses while it's active. Sounds good, nice and easy? Sure. We'll call it the Pollen Engine daily run. I'll just do that for the bet. But then in the challenge description, I'll say must kill at least 3 bosses with engine active. Something like that. This is a daily run where we are building a Pollen Engine wand. And then must kill at least 3 bosses while the Pollen Engine is active. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. The main reason I'm wanting to do the Pollen Engine, because, well, it's been suggested recently, but I still have a lot to learn about the Pollen Engine. It would be nice if somebody like Kubi was here. Kubi's always throwing out crazy ideas, and I'm sure he's one of those guys that would have, like, you know, super good ideas for the Pollen Engine. The same Pollen Engine, or do you get to restart it? Let's say the same Pollen Engine. Let's keep the 1 engine rolling, and 3 bosses have to die while the 1 engine is rolling. Noita said there may be a Noita PvP. Alias said there might be a Noita PvP with the greats later this month. Is this true? I only know that Yolk had told me whenever I rated him the other day, he was like, you should be part of the PvP, and I was kind of memeing on him a little bit. We did do a Noita PvP tournament. I was there. Alias was there. Yolk was there. I mean, I cleaned house. I choke slammed some scrubs. And I did get first place. With that said, Yolk may have been playing from the middle of a forest because at one point it said his ping was actually like 10,000. And he literally had to disconnect from the match. There's been some speculation. Some people thought that maybe once he saw me there, you know, doing work, that he started trying to, you know, pull out his Ethernet cord because 10,000 ping. Come on. How the hell does it get to 10,000? I made a Google form for AliasBot to use to set up a time for the PvP tournament, but I assume his is just having trouble. Wait, I don't understand what you mean. Wait. I made a Google form for AliasBot to use to set up a time for a PvP tournament, but I assume his is just having trouble. Oh. Alright. Turn off the Gamba stuff. Looking good. Start a new game. Daily run. Let's go! I made the form, sent it to him, but he said he struggled with sharing the form around and the scheduling. So if somebody less disabled than me wants to help him do that, I'll happily send you the Google form. Oh, that's weird. Wonder why I would be having issues. I guess I never really set one up before, so maybe I always thought it was a little... thought it was something supposed to be really easy to do. I don't know. Alright, that should be good enough. I can get up there now. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna waste all my pheromone just trying to get up into the spot. There we go. Can I reach that? Oh well. Craig Daily? Yes, we're on the Craig Daily. Good, good, good. That would have sucked like 20 minutes in and we're like, oh fuck. I've actually had that happen before. Where, you know, nobody brought up like, hey, is this the right daily or not? And I forgot to check as well. So then like 20 minutes in, somebody brings it up. They're like, wait, on my daily run, I didn't have, and then like whatever. And I'm like, what? Then I hit this and it's like, oh, fuck. We have to do it again. Damn it. We have a darkness biome in the first area. I hate this biome modifier. I hate it so much that I usually even leave the zone a bit early because it's just not enjoyable. It's not about like a difficulty change. It's more of like, I guess you can say it's difficult in the fact that you don't know where you've gone, but it's just a matter of walking back and forth. It doesn't exactly challenge you, it just wastes your time. Do you think the current biome modifier is the worst one to play, or do you think there are worse? Oh, there's definitely worse in terms of challenging. This one is not this is nothing. It's just not fun. Some of the other ones that are challenging are way more deadly and scary, but they're at least kind of fun, right? Like, that's the point of a biome modifier in like these roguelikes where they try to do something to throw a little bit of spice into the mix. It's okay to challenge the player. You don't want to bore the player. This one is a boring modifier. The one that is the spiciest, the one that when I see it, I'm like, oh god, is the ionized biome modifier. And what it does is it places electricity and traps all over the zone. And I think it's not, is it not possible in the first zone anymore? It used to be where it was possible to run into it in the first zone, and then for some reason the last time that the devs were doing a patch in the game, which has been a couple years ago now, they made it where I think the first zone now had like a 0% chance of it occurring, which was pretty sad. I hate the overgrown bullshit that blocks all passages randomly. Are you talking about the plants? Yeah, the plants that just like, yeah, they're growing all over the place. That one I consider in the same area as this one, where it just kind of, it's just not enjoyable. I low-key miss that being possible in the first zone. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get why the devs took it away, because probably got some people raging. They're like, this is so ridiculously hard, because it was pretty scary. It was like, even for me, a person who's like a sweaty Noita player, when I saw that one, I sat up in my chair. I was like, oh shit, it's about to get real. But Yeah, they didn't want people, I guess, you know, raging. They're like, this shit's impossible. So they made it no longer able to spawn in the very first zone. Is there a mod to enable it again? I don't know. I don't know if there's a mod to enable biome modifiers. Not that I've seen. I like the black hole modifier or whatever it's called. You're talking about the one where if you touch a certain point, all of a sudden it will activate a giga black hole. That one's a pretty good one. Those are the fun, those are like what biome modifiers are meant to be, where you're like, ooh, a little bit of spice. Wait, is there a way? Yeah, I'll just burn my way through here. A little bit of danger. Not like, oh, I'm gonna fall asleep while attempting to get past this thing. Mecha made my mod where all the perks are gambas the other day. Could be a fun stream. All the perks are, we did that yesterday. That was the, you missed the run, Dr. Squirrels. That was the run that we did yesterday. Of course we missed the run. You were so late. I was super late to yesterday's stream. I was super late to today's stream, but yesterday was even an hour after that. How did Dunk lose the Gamba run? I missed it, but I have a negative streak. Type !death if you want to see the clip. Alright, we may have to get a little cheesy. Oh! Was not a good clip, okay? It's a lame clip. Could be a heart. And it is. Woohoo! Ooh. Black hole. What a great find. Black hole in the first zone on the daily today. Oh god, that death was much worse when I first watched it. Then when I first... On mobile, I didn't see the cursed rock, so I just assumed you hit something explosive. Nope, so much worse. You just barely bonked my head on the cursed rock, man. My health bar just... I had no health. Is this an easy yes or no, chat? It's an easy yes. You're curious, we're going to be building a Pollen Engine today. If you don't know what a Pollen Engine is, you're going to find out. Essentially, I will be able to fire a wand like one time.
Between the random starts gold farming, Kolmi Hijinks and the death at the end of the daily Gamba run. Yesterday's stream felt like Noita slapstick comedy.
Okay. It wasn't that rough, you know. Just a couple things went wrong. That's all. Just a couple mistakes. Dunk, have you ever been confessed to by a girl in school? Confessed to? Is this like some anime shit? That's a hell of a question. So way back in the day, I guess the closest thing would be that there was a girl. This was like in high school, like a freshman or some shit. And back in those days, text messaging wasn't a thing. I mean, I guess maybe some people were, maybe it existed, but I'm saying it wasn't like a standard thing. Back in those days, we used AIM. That was what the kids were using. AOL Instant Messenger, using AIM. Anyways, I had the classic happen where like a girl I was talking to accidentally was sending messages to me that she thought was sending to her friend.
In 1800s DNK nod.
It was a little bit awkward. It was a little awkward. But, I mean, that would kind of qualify, I guess. Unintentional confession. She signed off immediately. Did you happen to use ICQ? No, I never used that. I went from AIM as, like, the thing that everybody was using. And then eventually we moved over to, like, my friend group moved over to just using Ventrilo, which I know isn't really a messaging system, but it just seems like we used to use AIM. That's how we would keep track of each other. And then eventually once I started using Ventrilo, it just seemed like you didn't use, you know, messages were a thing of the past. All you do is when you want to talk to your friends, there was always a call, you know, there's a ventrilo going all the time. So if anybody was around to talk to, they were just going to be in the ventrilo. And I guess texting was now more popular anyways. Like, you know, if people, everybody had smartphones and crap. Well, maybe not even smartphones. They just had phones that were text capable. What is this message? I asked a girl to dance once. She declined. I never talked to a girl again. The trauma's real on this one. What was the war like? What? The war? The hell are you talking about? Here it was ICQ, MSN, Ventrilo, and TeamSpeak. MSN was kind of a thing here. It was like AIM. People had AIM and MSN. They were going simultaneously, but it felt like nobody really used MSN. So it just eventually AIM took over as the one like all my friends used and everything. Everybody messaged with. It's so sad that now peeps just use Discord, and Discord sucks in so many ways. I mean, I'm sure, yeah, there's a lot of downfalls to it, but in terms of like what it offers, I've never seen anything do it better.
As someone who could be chat's great-great-great-great-grandpa, tell us some stories from before they invented fire.
Shut the hell up. Shut your mouth. But yeah, like I never seen anything that I liked as much as Discord. It's nice to have it, like, you know, it's a weird mixture of everything. You got your voice calls that you can do personally, or you can, you know, like with Ventrilo back in the day, you just be like, oh, is any of my peeps hanging out in this Discord? If yes, oh, you jump in. If no, then you're like, all right, well, I'll message, see if anybody's around. Then you got your actual DMing system, which acts as your messenger, because everybody uses Discord DMs these days. And then it also is kind of like a forum mixed into it, because you have your chat, your like chat rooms or whatever, but where people posted it in such a way that it's not necessarily meant to be like having an active conversation. It can just be like, hey, you're sharing links or whatever, and then other people can respond to it or emote to it, whatever. It's a pretty good combination. TeamSpeak is going to catch up soon. Oh shit. I mean, you never know with companies these days, because the moments it's not necessarily that Discord needs to make any like big moves to like, I think, hold on to its spot for a long time, but it's more like they have to not make big moves. You know what I mean? Like sometimes they get like a new CEO that's like, oh, what we got to do is start selling. I mean, they already have like some advertisement and stuff that you sell, but to get just so intrusive that it ruins the user experience, and then that's whenever it leaves the opportunity for somebody to overtake it. All right, let me close the predictions. Closing the predictions. If you don't know what a Pollen Engine is, you'll find out pretty soon. But basically, it's where I want to shoot off a single shot, and it should result like. Let me just show you a GIF. Easier.
Mr. Dunk, what kind of cave paintings helped you get the most successful interaction with the tribe's women? I imagine a gentleman of your stature would have been the talk of the cave.
Here's a pollen loop. Let's see. I mean, yeah, that one qualifies. Basically, even though you shoot only one time, the ending result could be that you get a payload that releases a shit ton of whatever you put in it. So in this case, they put damage-filled pollen, but you don't have to use the pollen as the actual deadly part. What is this one doing? So you see how basically the pinpoint of light is traveling around, and the pollen is firing off repeatedly. See how the pollen, you can see it along the way. Pollen shots just being like fired off and destroyed over and over. Then what you can do is every time a pollen shot fires off, you can make something else fire off with it as well. For example, every pollen shot could also fire off a nuke from the player, so that whenever you shoot this, even though it's running in circles over here, nukes could just be shooting out of your player like crazy. Just 100 nukes flying out of you. All right, maybe not 100. It may cause the game to lock up. But you get the idea. So we're going to be doing some stuff with this. That's the idea. What's the challenge? Being Noita'd? No, once we have created the pollen loop, then we have to kill at least 3 bosses while we have a pollen engine active.
Recommend to our first timers our signature cocktail.
Oh, I didn't close the bed.
In paradise. Some people say it's better than busting a nut.
We close it up. Can you make an additional rock wisp so that every time it collides with an actual wisp, it triggers dupes it? Wisp mitosis. I mean, I'm sure that's possible. Sounds pretty insane. So similar to like the statue thing where you get the double reaction, you just be, I don't know, that could snowball out of control. Go full Giga Chad. Go full Giga Chad. Trigger end of everything. Sadly, that doesn't really do anything. The end of everything, the moment that it's cast, it like ignores. So for example, let's say you had an egg trigger, and then inside that egg trigger, you put the end of everything. The moment you cast the egg, it would just, the end of everything would start firing off. It doesn't let you like store it into something else. Same goes for cessation. Cessation doesn't allow you to store it within another thing. Does Matosade work the same way? I actually don't know on that one. I feel like I don't cast that one that often. I always use it as the one for the single worm. I think you can put a Matosade in an egg trigger, right? Let's get going. Let's get going. Sorry, I got distracted there for a moment. Wow. Wow. That's exactly what you want in your first shop, like a pinata one, so you have lots of choices. Oh shit. This I try to point it out every time, but you avoid grabbing this heart here. The reason you do that is so that if you have something like healthy exploration, you'll make use of it immediately. Now, a lot of you are looking at that fire immunity and probably more tempted to go with fire immunity. And I do agree, for the longer run, fire immunity is better, like way better. But healthy exploration pretty much makes our early game highly likely to be successful. Think of healthy exploration as like 5 early game heals. That's good. Yeah, healthy exploration is thinking of the next 5 minutes. Fire immunity is thinking of the next 5 hours. True, but when are you the most vulnerable to lose a run? That first 5 minutes. For the perk tier list, you need tiers for good early game, not as good late game, and good late game, not as good early game. That's where Noita gets complicated, because there's a lot of stuff that falls in that category. I guess we just stick with that one. We can even throw this in the group. Throw that in the mix. Alright, so back to the perk discussion. Should I think for the early game? Survive the early game? Is there anything to be afraid of? Or should I just say, fuck it, we'll be fine. It's a long run. We go with the fire immunity. Which one do you think is the move, chat? Fire immunity, heal, healthy exploration. I like fire immunity, heal. Actually kind of split. Oh, okay, now the fire immunities I feel like are taking over. Bombs materialized. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, I think most are fire immunity, but okay, so I probably will grab this, especially because, you know, I tend to get good value out of my HP anyways. But if you're a new guy out there, just don't go undervaluing healthy exploration. It could be something. I mean, fire immunity is like a top tier perk, pretty high up there on the list. But healthy exploration is definitely not one of those to be always overlooked. But in this case, we're leaving it behind. Actually, you know what we should do? I'm doing all this stuff with black holes. That's probably not necessary. We just go spark trigger into return. Yeah, that's the play. That's the play. The reason the spark trigger return is probably the play, because now we can use it also for the next mountain to check it out. I don't even take perks. That shit is for the weak. You are right. You don't have to grab perks. You can win without it. I was getting a little sloppy there. A lot of enemies just overwhelmed me. Why is there so much slime? Okay. So we shoot this into the ground. Like that. Decisions. Hey, Dunk, I have a theory that anybody who plays Magikarp must be an actual person, as no bot would actually play
I
it.
really wish you guys could see this guy right now. He is drawn.
Will that very valid and correct theory be included in the determination of bot accounts? Of course. Sounds completely reasonable. Definitely not delusional at all. The age-old wisdom of the internet is long since lost. Nobody understands, don't feed the trolls anymore. I think it's because back in the day, trolls were... Well, yes, they seemed like they were everywhere. I feel like there were fewer trolls, if that makes sense. I mean, obviously there were fewer. Percent-wise, there were less of them. It would be the same person going around doing their trolling all over the place. Meanwhile, these days... Rage bait / trolling is like an actual business model. Like it's profitable. People post content that is literally just rage bait / trolling / all that shit, and they make money for it. So now it's everywhere, and people just lean into it. Yeah, I really need to heal up. I'm kind of... Oh shit. I'm kind of taking unnecessary risks at the moment. Would not recommend. Let's walk back the way we came. It is said that humanity died the day that Facebook realized that engagement is higher for negative content. And there's definitely some truth to the internet kind of getting ruined by that style of that business model, I guess. Sag. Okay, in here we can now just go with that. That's not gonna help like at all, but whatever. Good enough. News outlets are doing it too, I feel, constantly talking about drama. Yeah, I think it was one of those things where, because news has always been, you know, where reporting on like bad stuff and all that has always been, you know, where you tend to get a lot of people tuning in. That's why they'll you know, I can remember even as a kid watching the news and they'd be like, more on the murder of 17 children after this. And then it's like, you know, a commercial break, all that kind of stuff. Those are pretty common. Where things got out of control was like where social media and just wherever that you can profit off of putting out something that lots of people are clicking. Whenever there's no accountability and you kind of just can say whatever, you could be like, this person, you know, loves murdering babies in their free time. And everybody's like, what? And that could be just not true at all. But it doesn't matter because the clicks are where it's profitable. So then news outlets, I think, were like, well, shit, we were trying to have like accuracy. We were reporting on negative shit all the time, but we had a little bit of accuracy. So then the floodgates open because they were just like, fuck it, we just say whatever's going on. They're like, according to sources, what was the source? A Facebook post. It's like, okay, I don't know if this qualifies as a source. That's when things got real wild. Just tuned in for Dunk talking about killing babies. Oh, there's no baby murder in here. We are anti-baby murder in this community. We are pro-baby. We're anti-baby pilling. Anti-baby pilling. There you go. Anybody didn't know, now you speak a little German. Anti-baby pilling is the literal translation. If you were to translate birth control pill into German, trust me, Chad had me do it. I did it. It was real. It translates to, and it's just if you were in Germany and you were asking for birth control pill, you would say anti-baby pilling.
You guys can see this guy right now. He is drenched in sweat.
So now you can safely travel to Germany because now you're pretty much fluent. It's a much more honest name. It's very literal. Anti-baby pilling. Ooh, a shop. With a heavy... Ooh, buddy. Good stuff. Veldak gifting a sub out to anti-baby pilling. Oh, God. What's the AI gonna do on this one? Oh, boy. Okay, that wasn't the worst one ever. The heavy there. Consume. What are you on about? Are you excited for Mugenics? I wouldn't really say I'm excited. I'm keeping an eye on it to see if it ends up being something that I want to dive into. I mean, anything that Edmund McMillan works on, I definitely, you know, keep an eye on that stuff. I was excited in the early days of it where I was like, you know, he just said he was working on some kind of... He just described what Mugenics was, but he didn't really go into, you know, game mechanics so much. And later, whenever we actually got to see how the game was looking and everything, I saw, oh, like, oh, it's turn-based, and I don't know, I just saw like, okay, at a glance, it doesn't look like something I would be a die-hard for, but we'll have to wait and see. Is he saying eugenics? No, Mugenics. Mugenics is a game that Edmund McMillan's been working on for, I feel like the first time he talked about it was like a decade ago. And if you don't know Edmund McMillan, he's the guy that made, well, he's the artist for Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy. He's got other projects as well, but those are the ones that he's most known for. Because, you know, Super Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac are like pretty damn popular. Anyways, his new game is coming out called Mugenics, and it's coming out, I think, in less than a week. It's pretty soon. A lot of people have been stopping by asking if I'm planning to play it and stuff, which I currently have no plans for, but I'd definitely be watching to see if it ends up being something that I'm going to dive into. But the fact that it's turn-based is the thing that currently is like makes me least likely to play it. Nothing to do with like, you know, Edmund, he's crazy, so I'm used to his games being kind of crazy. But I've just never been a big turn-based gamer. Except for Pokemon. Who knows, maybe in the future I always say I don't really like turn-based so much, except for Pokemon and Mugenics. It's possible. Dunk actually having good taste there. Well, I appreciate that, but I know that's a hot take for a lot of people, because if you don't like turn-based, I mean, JRPGs are like, you know, some people's lifeblood, man. It sustains them. To not play a JRPG is a sin. I like waiting for my turn, okay. I mean, one game that I did I did like when I was a kid was Advance Wars. I did enjoy Advance Wars as a kid, but I feel like maybe that's a result of not having as many good games available. Not to hate on Advance Wars. I'm just saying I feel like I really like the, you know, these little war tactics games that are real time are so much more enjoyable. That's I was diehard into StarCraft. I love that more than something like Advance Wars. How do you feel about the old turn-based games? Turn-based game called chess. Lame. No, I never got big into chess. I played it a bit as a kid, you know, with my dad and stuff. But I was never, you know, never any good. I don't even remember the rules entirely. I'm going to go ahead and place down the chaotic poly. So I can grab the ambrosia. Yeah, you want a new map for chess? Maybe waiting for a little while on that patch. You know what chess needs, I think, to really improve it? And I think a lot of the larger companies out there would agree with me. It needs microtransactions. That would be really... It would just take it up a notch. Like maybe you pay like $5, you get an extra pawn. See? And you guys are like, man, this makes chess sound so much better. That's the chess I want to play. Gotcha chess? Oh, I see. Okay, so you want like some kind of like loot crate maybe? I was thinking more direct, you know, you pay $5, you get a pawn, but I wasn't even thinking about throwing a little bit of gotcha mechanics, layering that on top of it. Pay a couple bucks, you get a pawn, maybe just a hat for one of your already existing pawns that does nothing for you. Maybe gives you +2 moves a turn. Yes, yes, these are all improvements. Genius! You want a thick queen cosmetic? Okay, now you're really getting the weebs excited. Alright, hold up now. Am I related to that queen? The answer for the weebs is yes. Now they're sold on it. now they're buying it. They're fucking taking out a loan as we speak.
Brother,
Have you heard of the 5D chess with multiverse time travel? What? No, what the hell? You're telling me the new chess patch already had dropped and I missed out? Well, looks like we leached most of the resources that the fungal caverns had to offer. Oh, wait. An extra... Oh, it was a mimic. Just a mimic. Nothing to see here. Oh, shit. Was a blinding mage with garbage, actually. He had nothing important. Well, there could be more stuff out here for us to collect, but I feel like we're in a good place. We're just going to go ahead and we'll be happy with what we have so far. Tried to follow along, died in the fungal. Oh, how'd you got by the fungal? Today's fungal was actually kind of a nice one, I felt like. It was a little chill, not too overwhelming. Let's go ahead and grab faster movement. It's kind of I think majority of players I'd recommend to re-roll there. But I just want to hurry things along a little bit because I want to get to that I want to get to that Pollen Engine sooner. You got shoved into toxic rock? Ah, shit. I got shoved into it too. Luckily, I had enough health that I kind of just soaked the damage a bit. Some slime mists? Eh, they're okay. That's alright. Oh shit, that was my reactions are a bit slow today. Pollen! Woo! Pollen for the Pollen Engine! We have a loot. We have a loot. In fact, we have 2 pollen, which I'll probably hold on to both of them. Double the pollen, double the fun. Reactions are getting slower with age. No, I think it's a little bit of exhaustion. I don't know why. My body's kind of aching. I feel like I need to maybe stretch a bit. In a little bit, we'll probably take a stretch break. Then it'll keep my reactions faster. Signs of old age. What's a Pollen Engine? Hopefully you'll see soon.
Dunk, do you think people can be addicted to video games? Do you think the cosmetic system encourages harmful attachment to your stream?
I do think that is kind of an interesting topic, that one about the, like, I don't know, like video game addiction. I mean, video games definitely are an outlet. Obviously, you can be addicted to just about anything. But, video games end up being like an escape or an outlet for certain things, and some of those can be viewed as healthy or unhealthy. I mean, who's to say? Like, I'm definitely not the guy to make that call. What's a healthy or an unhealthy amount? As a guy who just sits around playing Noita all the time, like, let me tell you a healthy gamer life. If you're logging 50 hours a week in Noita, that's not enough. You're not addicted enough. With that said, though, one thing that is an interesting, like, kind of topic, I guess, in that world of things that you're talking about, I have really fond memories. Like, some of my favorite childhood memories involve Pokemon cards, playing Pokemon stuff with my friends and my brother, all that kind of stuff. But when you look at it from like a business model, it is kind of like kids gambling. So I get conflicted. I'm like, I get it why people are like, oh, fuck this, like, you know, children gambling, it's fucked up. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. But also, damn, I had some great childhood memories. It was so fun. Childhood gambling, maybe not so bad. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, that's why I don't know. I don't know how the hell. I'm just glad I'm not a person that has to make regulations and laws for that kind of shit, because it would be stressful to actually put a lot of deep thought into that shit. Being a kid now seems so cooked with AI. It is weird. I mean, obviously there's things that are a massive advantage, right? Like, imagine you're going through school. There's so many things, at least, I mean, I went to school in Texas, so obviously my experience with like public school may be very different than everybody else. Because I have no idea what going to school in other countries or other states and all that is like. I just know what it was like here. But a lot of times you're given like almost like busy work, something that you're like, oh, it's gonna take like 3 hours, but it's like no brain required. Well, now AI removes any busy work assignments because it just does it, right? Like, it's just, I mean, I guess if you're doing physically handwritten, which a lot of things were, you can't really make an AI do that. But teachers don't even do the physical handwritten stuff. Everything they do is online because it makes it easier for them. So in that way, you'd be like, yes, that's nice. Get rid of all that busy work, which as a kid, I felt like that busy work really kind of made me care about school a little bit less. Because, like, I don't know. There are things that there are moments you are learning, and there are moments that the teacher's just keeping you busy. And that the keeping you busy part sometimes outweighs the learning part, and that's where, whenever a kid, I feel like you'll start to lose the hunger, right, or the interest in learning. But as a kid, you're a kid, you don't know shit, right? So how are you yourself gonna make the judgment of when to be like, all right, I'm gonna use this for my busy work, but not for this other thing that I can be increasing my, you know, my knowledge and learn, like becoming, you know, gathering skills that I'll be able to use as an adult. So that's the part where it's fucked up, because yes, it can make their life so much better in some ways, but it could also literally make them like it handicaps them as an adult, right? It stunts their mental growth. It's crazy. It is crazy. Problem is that busy work is what gives you skills. I mean, it depends on what you're considering busy work. Sometimes it was literally busy work just for the sake of, like, just to be like, hey, you know, you got something to do. It's almost like, I mean, that's pretty much what busy work is. Busy work, yes, I get repetition can lead to, you know, repetition is very helpful, right? It's not like you need to learn a lesson one time and you're like, I know it forever. It's like you gotta repeat that task to really get that knowledge soaked in. But there were some busy work assignments that there wasn't really anything to gain, and it was just to give the students an assignment, something to do. I can remember even back as like a little elementary school kid, but having that kind of stuff happen. The way I knew that some of it was pretty extreme is my mom was like one of those really involved parents. You know, she's always, as a kid, I can remember just not even being in school yet, and her, you know, she'd have little flashcards, always just, you know, that education, all that stuff was really important to her. It was like a really involved parent. But I remember her being super annoyed with like some of my teachers because they would just give so much busy work that when I would get home from school, I would have about 2 to 3 hours of homework every day. And that, I remember as a little kid, that it really burned me out. It made me view school as kind of like torture. It was just like, fuck school. And that's a bad mentality. You don't want kids having that from like a young age, to be like, fuck school. Now, obviously, it just showed that the teacher was not a great teacher, but In Germany, we have a word for assigned useless busy work. It's, oh my god, is that actually the word? I'm gonna literally gonna paste this into Google and see if you're trolling. I feel like you rolled around on your keyboard for a little bit. Oh shit. Job creation measure. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. What the hell? It's probably not easy being a great teacher. I mean, I'm sure, like anything, it's not easy being like great at something. But I definitely had a lot of teachers that I can remember, you know, had a big impact on my life in a positive way, and didn't really do any of that busy work stuff. And you learn a lot, and you look forward to they made school a positive experience. And then you have those teachers that were like miserable. It sucks though these days because, you know, because when it comes down to pay and all that stuff, like there's a whole, wait, what? Am I missing something here? What are you screaming about? Audio? Audio? What are you talking about, audio? Oh, you want that audio. Gotcha. Sorry. I thought you meant my audio. I was like, huh? You want it to be pronounced? Okay, that is a good suggestion. Hold on. Hopefully it's not too loud.
Arbeitsbeschaffungsmaßnahme. Arbeitsbeschaffungsmaßnahme.
I swear she like slowed down on the second time.
Arbeitsbesch
Is it just ignoring the volume adjustment altogether? Good to know. Okay. Adjust volume. What the hell was that shit? It does slow down on alternate readings. I never noticed that before. I guess I never paid attention. Maybe there was never a word long enough for me to really take notice. You didn't try to pronounce it? Listen, last time I tried to pronounce a word like that, we had speech to text on, and it translated what I said into Foxy Nazi. Here, one more time.
Floxy Nasi Nihili Pilification.
Floxy Nasi Nihilification. No! Change! I'm bald! For the love of God! Stop! What are you doing? Stop! Okay. I'm scared of going back down that road. Do you remember that? I was like, oh shit! What? Yeah, it was... What was the word that we were trying to pronounce? It was like... It was a really unusual word. And we were playing with speech to text on and power words. So then it tried to... Oh shit! Try to convert what I was saying. I almost got electrocuted just then. And it thought I said Foxy Nazi. Nope. Alright, let me hear it one more time.
Floxy Nasi Nihili Pilification.
Floxy Nasi Nihilification. See that up in the top corner, that's where it would write whatever it translates what you're saying. Yeah, and it just said Foxy Nazi Nihilification. No! Change! I'm bald! For the love of God! Stop! What are you doing? Stop! It was weird. It like, for some reason, the speech to text like froze in that moment. It was like, fuck it, I'm just leaving that on the screen. I was like, no! Write something on the screen. It just was like, nope, I'm not writing anything else. Took a moment, eventually I wrote something else. AI isn't even good at being a reliable calculator. LLMs are quite worthless. They are bloatware on the entire infrastructure of the internet on purpose because they are the rug/money laundering scheme and propaganda machine of choice for the biggest corporations, governments, and banks of the rich world. What the hell am I reading right now? We live in such a boring dystopia. The rich tech bros are clamoring to make disinformation a waste nexus before the torment nexus. Is this a positive? This just, you were passionate about that one. I wouldn't say AI is completely a waste though. AI's definitely got its like usefulness. I actually, so I used to use ChatGPT whenever I was asking like programming questions, but I mean it was helpful, but a lot of times it just would take me into a world of hurt in the programming world where I'd just be like so lost. Eventually I would just have to delete what I've created and just do the classic, like go to YouTube, see if there's a video kind of related to the topic that you're confused about, and then learn from that, which that's the classic and has always been super useful. So shout out to the YouTube programmers out there. But then I remember some people in the chat had brought up Gemini on several occasions. They're like, it's free, just like, you know, try it out. For programming, it's supposed to be much better. And then one of the times I finally did try it after hearing it over and over, and then I was like, holy shit, Gemini is way better than ChatGPT was at that programming shit. And I've learned a ton from it. Try GPT 5.2 Codex next time. It's really good. Yeah, I'll give it a slurp. I'll give it a slurp. Oh yeah, I also used, I don't know if it's Cloud or Claude. I used that one too. That one's also useful. GPT was just leading me down a fucking a stray path, I felt like, on many occasions. I use ChatGPT as external memory / Stack Overflow whenever I can't remember stuff. I hardly ever program. I will ask it about specifics to jog my memory. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that makes sense to me. I see a use case for it. Now, I think the reason people get really frisky, you know, when they hear, or feisty, probably the better term, when they hear AI is because, I mean, AI does ruin a lot of stuff about the internet. Makes the internet a lot shittier place. I mean, I think YouTube even recently was like cracking down on it. They're like, you know, like trying to be like, you know, let's make less AI content out there on YouTube. And whenever they did that, some of their new regulations, it was like gonna delete like millions of videos. And it's because it's just, if you have an AI pumping out content, even if the content is not accurate at all, it's still just posting videos constantly just so that people click it. And especially when it comes to like political news and stuff. Sports news, my dad has been baited by that many times because he's almost 80 and, you know, he follows like the Dallas Cowboys and stuff, and of course there's going to be AI posts all the time about like, you know, this star player has been traded away. Of course he's going to click it. He's going to be like, oh shit, so-and-so's been traded. And then so many times, like I've talked to my brother, like we're playing Dota, and he's like, oh yeah, dad called again today. I was like, oh, is everything good? And he's like, yeah, he thought so-and-so got traded away, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh. He's like, yeah, he clicked another AI, like, YouTube video. And, yeah, so that kind of shit is, they're making so much money, and you're like, fuck this AI. Not to say that misinformation wasn't able to exist before. Obviously it did. People clickbaited with that kind of stuff even before it. But now, the automation of clickbait has made it a goddamn nightmare. YouTube wants to do the opposite. They want more AI. I mean, maybe it's like the regulations just, they want a certain kind of AI. I just know that at one point with some of the changes they had made in the last week or two was supposed to make it so that a lot of the AI videos were going to be removed. But yeah, they do want more AI involvement. Meaning like, they're even trying to make it now where like AI determines the placement for like your ads in your videos and stuff. Which I have no idea how that's working out for them. Considering any consumable media created using AI with the intent to sell or distribute has zero copyright protection, anyone in their right mind isn't going to invest long term. Any consumable media created... Yeah. Not only that, but... This is something that, like... It was funny, me and my brother were talking about it somewhat recently. Like, imagine a world... without weebs. That's a good world. Let's fucking start that world today. Get the weebs. Go punch them. All right, hold on. Give the weebs a moment to stop yapping. So, I think maybe we did talk about this on stream a little bit before. It's kind of interesting, like, stuff to, I guess, topic to think about is imagine a world, and I'm not saying that this is even achievable, but just humor me for a moment. So right now, you type in a prompt into AI like, tell me a story about a boy and his dog. And it will write a story that maybe you could make 100 pages long, and AI can do that, right? And just with just a prompt. Just a quick, you know, take you 10 seconds to type a prompt, maybe 30 minutes, an hour to read whatever it wrote, maybe more depending on how long you told to write it. So imagine you have that same kind of easy prompt typing in, but instead it's able to create entire movies of like perfect quality. Let's just pretend, not saying AI is like gonna do that right now or anything like that, but just for a moment, for the sake of the discussion, So if you have this ability to say, I want an action movie about a superhero that, I don't know, uses armadillos to fight. I have no idea. All right, just some random shit. And it produces this like 3-hour long just masterpiece of cinema. And you watch it and you're like, holy shit, this is like the best movie I've ever seen. Let's say that this is possible. What happens in that moment? Because you now have a time where everybody can create these insanely high quality things that you would arguably potentially enjoy, but the time to create it is so short, the time to watch it is significantly longer, but it is good quality, like maybe say higher quality than what if it was made by just people, or at least equal. Does that, like, how does sharing of like shows work and stuff in that scenario? Because right now, you know, somebody watches a show that they really like, they're like, oh, you should check it out. But if you're like, I can generate a better show made personally for me that I like more in a second, why would I ever watch something that you recommend? It becomes this weird thing where it's like everybody could have their own favorite shows, but nobody would be like watching other people's favorite shows because it's what do you say, post scarcity entertainment? Yeah, it's like a time issue. You're like, you don't have enough time to consume the content. Then they can finally have a good MMO. You're like, fine. Like, you have this insane technology where you do the most wild stuff, and you're like, finally, I can use AI to make the first good MMORPG since World of Warcraft. Or I guess since RuneScape, depending on how you look at it. Some people are more creative than you. So you're saying, like, then it will be about, like, who is the better what would it be, like prompt curator? Like who is typing in the most interesting prompts? The dystopian entertainment paradox. Yeah, I'm not saying that that's coming in our lifetime or whatever, but it is just kind of an interesting thing, because what does that result in? Do people just kind of stop listening? Like, do people no longer listen to like, oh, best anime out there? It's like, no, like nobody gives a shit about other people's opinion, because everything is already like customized to the individual. People stop becoming friends in that world. That's part of it. It's like there's like almost like a depressing feeling to it, not just because of like how media in a way would feel like it was dying in some form, but shows and all that. A lot of people connect off of that stuff, right? Like all of us, you know, normal people in society unite together when we see the weebs, and we're like, fuck those guys. We're bonded together as a group. We're like, we gotta punch a weeb together as one, as a society. Reject them. Oh, AI sports matches. Oh my god, it would just lose all meaning at that point, right? I mean, at that point, AI sports matches. People already love playing Madden and all the other stuff. It's based on real people, but it's still, you know.
So nice of you to sacrifice yourself as a weeb to bond society.
No, hold up now. How dare you? That is slander. People already bet on virtual sports at the online bookies. Wait, when you say virtual sports, do you mean like esports? Or are you talking like there's a completely AI-driven sport that people are gambling on? I feel like that is so easy to like cheat. AI Noita streamer with hair? You don't need AI for that. Open your eyes. It's right here. We have some weird fucking wands right now, but they're pretty good. I guess we can put the freeze there. Why not? Another crit. Sure. Homing. We got to keep the homing. Alright, we're looking good. Basically, we're just setting up a simple wand that like packs a punch. There's more we could have done in the previous level. I was kind of walking around pretty sloppy. But our goal is to make this pollen generator, so we need to focus on that. Let's go ahead and re-roll this. Ew. This is not good. Alright, melee immunity. I dig it. There was an AI fighting game stream with bets a couple years ago. Oh, yes! Wait, that one's kind of a little bit famous in Twitch, right? What was that one called? Like it gets brought up every once in a while. Salty Bet. Yeah, Salty Bets. That's true. That is a really good one. That is just, you know, AI fighter stuff, right? I don't even know if AI is the right word. That's like kind of over. That's broadening the term. It was literally just a simulator simulating two people playing fighter games. I don't even know if it was an existing fighter game, was it? Or was it a completely made up fighter game for them to automate the matches between? It's Mugen? Mugen? Am I saying that right? Mugen. It existed, but they made it into an auto run thing using the characters AI programming. Mugen. Almost like Mugenics. Mugen. I don't know anything about that. But that's, yeah, that is a good example, though, because obviously people really enjoyed that. So there was an interest for it. I always thought how cool OpenAI was when they did the pro team versus AI team. Oh, Calcium, you're talking about in Dota 2? Yeah, yep. They also did like a... This is like, if anybody doesn't know, this was many years ago, where they were working on trying to make basically AI... It was OpenAI was developing... what's the word for it? Like a... AI Dota players, essentially. And one of the first times they showed it off was they had the AI play versus some of the... Actually played versus Dende, I think, which was at the time one of the best mid players in the world. He was a little bit past his prime maybe at that point. But yeah, he got beat pretty bad by it. And then afterwards they let people at the venue play versus the AI to see if how they would do versus, you know, 1v1 versus the AI. And it's funny because what they end up coming up with, I don't even remember if it was during the tournament, I think it may have been afterwards, because they ended up putting it online as well. I think you could play it, you could play against it through the client, you know, from home, I think maybe months later. And
AI could replace Dunk with an AI soundboard that just says, listen, and rambles for 3 hours.
listen, hey, listen.
Lower energy bill.
Hey, listen. One of the strats, though, the early strats to take out the AI, to actually beat it, the first, you know, viable strategies that people were coming up with, was you would actually just play in such an unorthodox, ridiculous way that the AI just didn't know how to deal with it. It was like, this fucking makes no sense, and you would just win. It was like if you don't play Dota 2, you wouldn't really make much sense to you. You would essentially form like a conga line where you would aggro the creeps, and then you would run out of the lane, pulling all the creeps away off into like nowhere land, and every time the creeps were about to spawn, you'd run back into lane and aggro that wave as well, and next thing you know, you'd have like 6, you know, waves of creeps like stacked up, and the fucking mid was, the AI was like, what the shit is going on? And then you would end up, basically you could, I don't actually know, there was an aggro strategy, but there was also a blocking strategy where you block your own creeps in. You would wall them off, and then whenever you release them, the wave was so massive you would instantly just like overtake the AI. I think that was the one that ended up being like one of the best strategies against them. Obviously there were ways to deal with this, but the AI at the time was like, what the fuck? Because it was so nonsensical, they just didn't know how to deal with this. AI creep blocking mid lane perfectly every time was so hilarious. Dude, and not only that, the AI taunted like crazy. I don't know if the AI just learned to do that on its own, or if they somehow, I mean, that's what AI is supposed to be. It's supposed to learn how to play on its own. I have no idea. But whenever you would watch the AI play versus people, it just spam taunted, which if you don't know, taunting is kind of like shit talk, I guess. I mean, that's why it's called taunting. And so he just was spamming, like just shit-talking you the whole time you were laning against it. It also makes it a little difficult to sometimes see the animation for, like, attack animations. So that could be the logic behind why it spammed it so much.
This has too many words for Dunk to read, but some people may be interested to read this. It is the document that Anthropic makes for its AI model, Claude. Includes priorities, promises, objectives, etc. One aspect of interest. Anthropic is a...
That TTS... Hey, that wasn't me. That was TTS. Don't look at me. Oh, fuck. Flame wand. We don't need that. I don't know if we need that either. is officially undecided on if... Is that Claude is sentient? It's undecided? Mine's says I'm undecided on if Chad is sentient. They're all bots. It's fine. Oh, wait, what? That's huge. That's pretty massive. Alright, well, you know my advice when it comes to the hiisi base. Probably just leave. That's pretty much the way I treat it. Let me get a little bit of heal going.
Nice.
Put some pheromone on this healer.
Don't you dare grab that.
I missed a heart left of the portal? Fuck! Go
You
get
know
that.
that 10 p.m. your time is 5 a.m. for Europeans? So imagine a stupid European fan getting up at 5 a.m. just to have to wait for 3 hours in the dark. But yeah, I get, your time is much more precious than ours.
What? What did I do?
Been away for a while. Missed you all. How'd I use the new DunkBot 2.0?
Oh shit, it really was right there. The new DunkBot 2.0, it's good news, Earthen. We were waiting for you to come back. So now that you're back, give me a little bit of time, I'll get it prepared. Maybe, you know, month or so, and it'll be ready to go. I was waiting for you, though. Let's just go grab a better wand. I'm sure there's like a billion better wands in the jungle than what we have right now. You know what? Let's grab dissolve powders. We may do some goofing around later where that actually is useful. In general, it's not that great of a perk, but in this one situation, it may be nice. So we have a heart mage. Hopefully we can keep him alive. What is a Pollen Engine? We are one spell away from being able to show a super basic Pollen Engine. One spell to go. We need Pinpoint of Light. Could also just have Piercing on a Spark Bolt. That is true. I like the Pinpoint of Light one so much more, but Piercing Spark Bolt could help us out. There's a couple different piercings we could run. Which do we find first, though? Piercing or Pinpoint of Light? Let's jump in here real quick. Oh my god, I got stuck in the wall. Huh. There is a heal in here. That is good. You saw a pinpoint in the in a wand in the jungle? I hope you're right. That would be awesome. That would be awesome if you're right. Alright, we also have some good stuff here that I'm going to grab, but let's find another wand first. As for this here, we could grab Trig Blood Money. Let's go with the reroll. That's super disappointing. I mean, I guess we can get extra health. Let's go grab the hearts first. Heart Mage plus extra health. Yes, that's one of the things. That's why I left that Heart Mage there. We still have the option for the Dragon Heart. I was hoping we'd find a bit more before then, though. Doesn't seem to be happening. Alright, let's go over here. So for the moment, we're going to kind of make a silly wand as we wait to get that Pinpoint of Light. Ooh, you know what? We'll hold on to this one. Not that we're going to use it as the main build, but it is kind of fun to mess around with the Pollen Engine on there, with that on there. Alright, so Spark Trigger. Do do a triple and a double. So it's a forecast. 1, 2, 3, 4. Into another triple. Throw these two on there. And we do an add trigger there. How's this looking? I forget, whenever you have the add trigger on this one here, it's going to slow it down a lot, but then it gets like a really shitty matter eater, right? Let me see. Yeah. So if you ever use something with charges in between the add trigger and the projectile, if the charges actually don't go away as long as you have it set up correctly. And so in this scenario, not that you would really want to do this, but in this scenario, you actually could, you know, have both your damage wand be your damage wand and your digging wand at the same time. I don't think we're going to do that in this moment, but it is kind of neat. This double goes here. This luminous strobe goes here. There we go. That's our wand now. Can you use the extra health perk with the Heart Mage for some extra HP too? Or anyone in chat, can you use that? So the issue is that the extra health goes off of your current health, and it adds the 50% of your current health. So if you do 50% of your current health when it's really low or it's really high, you should end up with the exact same results. You know what I mean? So like if you add 50%, but you're at a lot of stacks on with your health, then whenever it adds up, it'll end up in the same result as if you had just let your health go really high and then grabbed the 50%. Oh yeah, real thanks. What you need to be thinking of is something that is like a flat, like it adds this amount. Like it's like a plus 25 health, plus 50 health. That's when you're like, okay, the Heart Mage can go crazy with this. But anything that's like a percent change is you're just going to end up with the same results. Does it work with Glass Cannon? Yeah, you can have Glass Cannon and still do the Heart Mage trick. And I mean, that's why you'll see people have a Glass Cannon run, but their health bar is over 1,000. Not to say that you couldn't have done that through just Holy Mountain Hearts, but you'll see somebody grab Glass Cannon and then like 5 minutes later have over 1,000 HP. That usually means they did the Heart Mage trick, because otherwise it would take a little bit to get up to 1,000 HP. Okay, the problem was I killed that a little too fast. So now all the crap is stacked there. Oh wow.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it. By do it, do you mean fire it and die? I feel like that's what you're saying. We can hold on to one propane. Maybe we'll do something funny with it. Maybe. That one that we just built over here, well now we can move it down here. Good. You can do Heart Mage trick with Glass Cannon. Just get the stack so you're below 10 HP. Then get the perk so your health is set to 50. Oh, was you talking about like using the Glass Cannon perk itself, or like does Heart Mage trick work? Heart Mage trick does work while having Glass Cannon, and yes, separately, as a separate question, Glass Cannon itself, setting it at 50 can work with Heart Mage, but yeah, you have to set it up correctly, I guess in the order that that George was saying, where it says you have to make sure your stacks are, you have to make sure they're below 10. Wouldn't it be below 50? But yeah, it does work in both ways, but both, it's like a... You may have to... I can't remember the order, actually. But yes, point is, you can do Heart Mage tricks with Glass Cannon. I just don't remember all the details. Yeah, even with the normal hearts. Not just the Holy Mountain Hearts. Holy Mountain Hearts work. Normal hearts work. While having Glass Cannon, yes, it all works. Oh, that's it. Thank you, George. Now I got what you're saying. Yeah, he's saying make sure... So just take the stacks, then get the perk... afterwards take a Holy Mountain Heart to set it at that HP. Yeah, that sounds right. So it's weird. It's like basically what George is pointing out. When you have Glass Cannon it sets your health at 50. But really what it's doing is it's setting your like health, your HP ceiling at 50. And if you use a heart mage, you can push your health down, grab a heart, and then you do the whole trick where your health goes like really big, right? So you're like, oh shit, my health bar is so high now because I did a heart mage while having glass cannon. But then if you were to pick up a regular heart in the world while your health bar is really high, it will actually bring your health back down. Because what happens is, if I remember correctly, George may have to correct me on this one, it says like, wait, no, your health ceiling is 50. You shouldn't have all this health. And so it like corrects it. It puts you back where you should be. But there's a trick to like grabbing the Holy Mountain Heart after the trick, and then it will set your ceiling to the new number, some shit like that. But yeah, basically there's some funky interactions. I haven't done a Holy Mountain. I mean, I haven't done a Heart Mage glass cannon run in like a year. Yeah, so like the Holy Mountain Heart should like correct the new ceiling or some shit. Yeah, it's funky. It is funky. But the idea, the main thing to take away is that yes, you can do Heart Mage tricks with glass cannon. You just have to learn how it works. Holy shit, another Heart Mage. Our second one to find today. So we could take the Heart Mages that we currently know exist and just use our teleport wand and carry them over to the dragon. Okay, we bring them in here. That should be good. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, Heart Mage, where are you? There he is. Alright, so we give our teleport wand to our buddy. And he is going to follow us. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Hold on. Heart Mage, no. Oh, Heart Mage, no! How the hell? There's always some, like, enemies that are just waiting around the corner and stuff. So this is why you'll notice that I didn't use my wand that had the built-in homing. Because I wanted to be able to shoot the enemies nearby without it trying to murder my friend. Alright, here you go. Can you catch that? There it goes. Try this again. The classic taking your Heart Mage for a walk segment. I feel like we haven't actually taken the Heart Mage for a walk in like a couple weeks. I don't remember giving one a Tele Mage and a Tele Wand for a while. Just haven't had the setup lately, I guess. Get in here. There we go. We brought him to our home. Actually, let's do this. Dig a little tunnel here. You live in here with me, damn it. This is our home. No, drop the... Let me put some ambrosia on my character. So I got a little bit of ambrosia on me. And let's wait for the current one to expire. Remember, ambrosia gives you invincibility, and you can use it to avoid taking damage from the Heart Mage. Just helping out a new guy. Wow, so helpful, Space. So helpful. Alright, so our current health is 254. So we're going to kick the Heart Mage, and he immediately hits us. We get hit once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. We need one more hit, and now we're below 10. Once you're below 10, you pick up a heart. A little ambrosia, make sure it's safe. So then I gotta wait for these to expire. My health is currently 32. One expires, it doubles. Another one doubles it. Another one expires, it doubles it. Another one expires, it doubles it. And one more expiration, and it doubles it. So we're at 1,055 health. And if you're confused at all there with how that could work with Glass Cannon, it's the same idea, but Glass Cannon misleads you by telling you that, hey, when you grab a heart, it cannot give you 25 HP. What it really should say is, if you grab a heart and your health is above what the game currently views your ceiling of HP, then it doesn't benefit you. So if your ceiling of HP after Glass Cannon is 50, that means it's the maximum that it thinks that you should have. When a Heart Mage hits you, you go from 50 to 25. Well, temporarily, your health is below that ceiling. So by picking up a heart, it says, oh, his health is below the ceiling. The heart can still benefit him. So then you will actually grab the heart, and it will give you 25 HP. Then when the heart mage effect expires, it doubles it. And of course, same idea. You stack more of them, you get more benefits. Yeah, the fire resistance really nice right now. Yeah, definitely happy with the fire resistance now that our health is 1,000. That fire damage would be annoying. Alright, so we're still hunting for the pinpoint of light. We'll look around this area a little bit longer, but then we're going to jump into the vault area because Red Tins was saying that maybe that's where he found it. It's the last piece to the puzzle of beginning to build. It's not going to be like the greatest, but we'll start off with... I just want to have a basic Pollen Engine wand going. Then as the run goes, we can amp it up and make it stronger and stronger. It just... I hate those runs where we do the run for... I don't know, it's like a 7-hour long run, and for 6 hours and 30 minutes of the run, we don't have the main goal of the run, like we don't have the main point of the run even going. We want the main point of the run going, and then from there, play Noita with the engine wand in action. Did Dunk finish Apotheosis? No, we have not finished Apotheosis. I plan to set aside like a week in the near future where we're going to play Apotheosis for that entire week. Obviously, I don't mean like without sleeping. I mean like we're gonna... Every stream that week will just be an Apotheosis stream, and our goal will be to get through all the content that is in Apotheosis. Not blind or anything like that, because then that takes a lot more than a week. But just like experience everything that Apotheosis has to offer. Because the problem is I play Apotheosis occasionally, and then I forget what I've accomplished, and then... So every time I play Apotheosis these days, it's just me kind of doing the same stuff that I've already done. But I don't remember it until after I've already done it. Then I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this. Oh yeah, I forgot we have that there. I'll just go ahead and grab it now. Still hunting for pinpoint of lights. The Pollen Engine is so close. Come on, game. Give me a wand. Give me a wand. Actually, you know what? It could be the next mountain. Maybe I look there first before I go getting all desperate. Damn, another ad trigger. What the hell? Did not expect that. We'll just roll this. Extra life. Don't mind if I do. Then we do a little bit of thievery. I'm too lazy to luminous drill dig this out, so instead let's just shoot a black hole down and double add triggers. Another heart mage. We already did a heart mage trick. I don't need to do another one. If I die, it'll probably be to polymorphine, not a lack of HP. Guess it could be a lack of HP since I don't have explosion immunity. And I wanted to do a Pollen Engine. Because you can create thousands of explosion damage, no problem. That damn Pollen Engine. How'd you lose the daily run, Dunk? I will never get a golden yes sign. If you type ! death, you can see what happened. I accidentally did one teleport too many. I wasn't paying attention to where I was at. And I jumped one extra time. I jumped into Cursed Rock, which killed me in my last run. But that was because we were doing an all Gamba run. So we had glass cannon. That was quite sad. Come on, man. Get me out of here. There we go. Maybe the last mountain will hook me up. There's piercing. That could work. I do like that too. Pinpoint of light. Dude, we got everything in here. Sweet.
Hey Dunk, it's okay. We forgive you for yesterday's death. Congrats on the news, by the way. Smiley face. Hashtag CCT.
Congrats on the news. Oh God. Listen, chat, I am indeed bald. It's true. But I have some good news. I'm pregnant.
Degenerates like you belong on a cross. Smash, smash. Smash.
You remember earlier when I said AI could serve a purpose with some things? I take it all back. AI was 100% a mistake. Mods, delete that guy. I was looking away from my screen for a moment and genuinely thought you were saying that it sounded so real. You thought I was pregnant? How fucking dare you? What? What? Okay, here is a Pollen Engine, our first of the run. We'll start really basic so that anybody that doesn't know what a Pollen Engine is will understand completely. And then like 10 minutes from now, somebody will hop in and be like, wait, how does that work? And I will have to choke them out immediately. All right, so pinpoint of light. So the pinpoint of light, on its own, it's pretty simple. It's literally just a point of light. I know, you're mind blown. What the hell? Who could have seen this coming? Just a beam. And it doesn't work like a spark trigger. It doesn't fire anything after it. It just is a beam of light on its own. And after a moment, it sits there and then it blows up. That's it. Why pinpoint of light though is popular for this like pollen engines, it doesn't have to be used with it, but it is popular, is because pinpoint of light actually has a built-in piercing effect. So what that means is, normally if you have an enemy standing in front of you and you shoot a projectile at them, it hits the enemy, it delivers the damage, and the projectile that hit them like dies off. Like projectile flies, boom, hits them, and the projectile vanishes when it hits them. Pinpoint of light hits the enemy, does damage, and then will go right through them. It pierces into them. And that is natural to the pinpoint light. It's built into it. Some spells that don't have it built into it, you can fix that. You can add it to it by getting this spell right here, the piercing modifier. We're not going to need that right now, but we will probably want it later. So we take the pinpoint of light with its natural piercing effect and everything, and we're going to add a trigger to it. By adding a trigger to it, it now means that whenever it hits that enemy, it will actually fire off something. Like you could put anything. You know what? Well, let's say a chain bolt, meaning that when it hits an enemy, a chain bolt will fire off, and because it has a natural piercing effect, when it hits the enemy, it can actually pierce into them, firing off the chain bolt multiple times. Yeah, okay. We'll probably need to go near some enemies to really give you a good look at this, but hopefully you're following along. So I shoot the pinpoint of light, it's a wall, whatever, fires off a chain bolt. The wall, it just sits there, but an enemy, we could get multiple, like one shot of this could fire off potentially 2, 3, 4, 5 chain bolts because of that piercing effect. But in this case, we're not going to worry about that too much. What I want to focus on with you guys is actually the pollen. Pollen's kind of interesting because pollen itself, if you have it up in the air like this, watch what happens when I shoot pinpoint a light at it. You see how it pops the pollen? Pollen is kind of like an enemy in a way that it has health, so like you can like kill off the projectile, and just like an enemy, it can cause the pinpoint of light to fire off its payload. So let's say that I put some pollen in the air. So back to having this add trigger, this pinpoint of light and chain bolt. So I hit a wall like this. There's the chain chain bolt.
See this guy right now.
All right. So when this pollen is in the air, like so, and I hit it with this pinpoint of light, watch the chain bolt. You see that? There's actually 2 chain bolts that are released. So I shoot it like this. 1 chain bolt is released because it hit the wall. That's its one target. It releases it. But if there's pollen, right? Oh, okay. If there's pollen and I shoot the pinpoint of light through the pollen, you see 2 chain bolts actually fly out. 1 whenever the pollen is hit, and 1 when the wall is hit. 2 chain. It's kind of, damn it, the chain bolts are firing in such an annoying way. You're not getting a clear visual. Come on, give us a clear visual of it. Just take my word for it. You know what? Here, I'll spam many of them so you can see lots, hopefully. You see that? You notice how there's many of them? There's lots of chain bolts. Because every time the pinpoint hits one of the pieces of pollen, it will fire off the payload.
You guys can see this guy right now. He is drenched in
Another visual of this that would be a little bit spicy was that we could throw propane tanks. Let's throw some pollen in the air. And then we're going to shoot the pinpoint of light through it. You see that? Because what happened is, as the pinpoint of light was traveling and it hit the pollen, it would fire off a propane tank. Well, this led to like a chain reaction of a lot of propane tanks. And it just all blows up so quick. Pretty much shutting it all down. So now, what makes this an engine, why you would call it an engine, is that this pinpoint of light, if you actually have it firing off... So right now it's been shooting off other spells, right? Like the pinpoint of light's been shooting off a chain bolt or shooting off a propane tank. What if instead you had it fire off pollen? So whenever it hits pollen or hits something, it will then fire off pollen. That new pollen that spawned will actually be in the way of the pinpoint of light, causing it to fire again. Does that make sense? Like, let me shoot just one pollen in the air. Show that again over in this direction. So I'm going to shoot through this in this direction to the right. Watch this. If you look at this, what's happening? That instead of spamming out chain bolts like it was before, it's shooting out pollen. And this pollen is then hitting the pinpoint of light, causing it to fire again. It's like recursion is happening there. So instead of having to shoot this one floating pollen every time I want to fire this off, it's just smarter to put a double in place and then just put the pollen here. That way I don't have to have it in two separate ones. So now every time I shoot it, it just starts to do the interaction. Just boom, it's ready to go. Then you're like, okay, well, pollen, okay, there's lots of little pollens. That's not really that special, whatever. Well, then let's put a double here. So this currently is firing off one pollen, but let's make it a one pollen and ball lightning at the same time. Let's try that. And then, you see that? So instead of getting a single ball lightning, you're getting it every time along the way that the pollen causes the pinpoint of light to interact with it. So many times. You can do that with any spell you want. And you can even add some kind of cool effects to it where you try to keep the pinpoint of light close by. So let's say that we put orbiting arc here. So now the pinpoint of light should move in like a circle. And then we'll even put increased lifetime so it does it longer. And then let's fire that off. Oh, there's not enough room over here. Hold on, let me find somewhere with... We need some space. God damn, more space. There you go. Kind of cool, right? So our pollen engine is starting to come together. And as you can see, I'm only firing this one time. A single time. I'm not shooting anything right now. That's all from the engine. The pollen engine that we made. And what else can we put in there? I mean, you could put multiple. You could say, I want to put a triple down, and I want to do the pollen. Pollen always has to be there, because remember, the moment you leave out the pollen, like let's say, so right now when we fire this, it shoots like this. And then let's say we removed this pollen instead. We're like, oh, we want to put a triplicate bolt. Now, whenever we shoot it, it doesn't do that chain. Because again, you need this pollen here to keep feeding into the pinpoint, to give it something to interact with. So this is crucial, but you can put a triple down and you could say, oh, let's throw on, okay, I'm afraid I'm going to get myself killed. I don't want to die. We'll just put the triplicate for safety stuff, you know. And you could even apply effects to these things that are in the payload with the small risk of being like, well, if you were to put down, let's say homing. If you put homing in this group here, I think sometimes this homing on the pollen can cause it to like, the pollen will like move out of the way before the pinpointer like. I think for the most part it does a good job. I feel like there's some modifiers that are bad to have here. It's just this one isn't like the best example at being something you don't want there. We'll just leave the homing there for now. We'll in a little bit discuss one that could be a bad one to put there. In this case, now it means that if any enemies were nearby, all these chain bolts and triplicates would, well, chain bolt has a built-in homing, but they would have a homing effect on it. Like if enemies come nearby, that'll just like, you know, warp the damage onto them. And we could even throw stuff like, let's put the heavy, and let's put the crits on there too. That's okay, I guess. Doing your, oh yeah, doing your Kolmi, great idea. Tricito, good thinking. Because homing does still work on Kolmi even when he's in the background. You see how they're all pouring onto Kolmi? Because the homing effect is trying to shoot at Kolmi. Even though he's not, you know, eligible to be hit yet. Can you make a wisp of pollen engines? Yeah, you definitely could. That may be really laggy potentially, but it would definitely work. Let me get explosion immunity, because there's so many more cool things that we could show and stuff to goof around with, but without explosion immunity, I'm afraid I'm gonna blow myself up. And you may say, well, you have 1,300 health, but keep in mind how many times the pollen engine fires off. I mean, it's a lot. It can light you up. And right now, the this current movement pattern, being in like a circle, is not that convenient. So for just usability, let's just leave the orbiting arc out for the moment. So now we can actually shoot it in a straight line at enemies. So like an enemy's over here, we just... Can we have something other than crappy pinpointed light since you can't move it in one direction? I'm pretty sure there are some methods. That's what I was planning to goof around with. You can't... you're talking about like the scenario where you like the looking thing. I'm pretty sure there's some fixes to that. We're going to goof around with it today. And we also have the spark trigger piercing is an option for our pollen engine too, to work with. So let's just... For now, let's focus on getting powerful. And then from there, we'll try to make a cooler engine. We won't make the exact, because right now the pinpoint one is very similar to the one we ran, I don't know, like 6 months ago or so. Alright, see there's a bad guy, we shoot in his general direction, and it should shred. It's a very little, you know, a pretty puny pollen engine at the moment, but we'll get it going in or pollen loop, you know, whatever you want to call it. We'll get it going nicer in a bit. I wisped my pollen into your mom's engine, buddy. Are you dabbing after you said that, Glacial? What the fuck? You hit me with the dab afterwards. Take that, bitch. You animal. Can you add trigger to make the modifiers free, or is it not possible? Yes, you can. I was wanting to show first a scenario that it would be like a kind of a bad thing to do it, and then I wanted to hopefully show a good thing afterwards, or like a fix to it. But yes, you are right. You could make them free with the second add trigger. I do like the pollen loops. It makes it feel like it's like your own custom, like I don't know. I mean, that's all of Noita, right? You're building your own spell combinations and all that. But because it fires off in like a chain, it feels like it's like a custom projectile rather than just like a like a payload filled with like damage or whatever. It's like, no, it's like a unique projectile on its own. What is the benefit of putting an ice modifier with a black hole? In case I'm shooting into lava. Like right in these areas you don't really need it, but I do it because sometimes I forget later to do it, and then I'm like in an area with lava and I'm like, fuck, I forgot to put the ice on there. So it's just like preemptively setting it up to hopefully keep me safe. Alright. This, triple, that, I believe should be good, right? Yeah, it's good to go. Much better teleport wand. So what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to move the ball lightning into the payload, but I don't want to do it until I feel like I'm about to be going to the Alchemist. The ball lightning in the payload is big damage, but also big scary. Big scary, because I do not have electric immunity. I do not have explosion immunity, so it can kind of kill me pretty easily. Even with my really high HP. That's alright. Ball lightning. We're moving you in. Let's test it out. Give it a little slurp. Alright, alright. A little bit of explosion. A little bit of electricity in there. Big build. Bert literally stopped by yesterday, subbed, and just said big build. It's his new motto with everything. Big build. Oh shit. Are you gonna hit him in the crotch? What? What? Oh, you're talking about the Alchemist? Of course, of course. Always go for the crotch. I've trained you guys. I thought you were talking about my brother for a second. I was like, what? Did I just throw my flask? I forgot to go for his crotch. I was too busy throwing my flask on the ground. Let's empty out the pheromone and get water, I guess. Alpha, Mu, Phi, not the Zeta though. Screw the Zeta. No Zeta love. Zeta is like emergency Greek letter. Only when times are real tough do I break it out. General, try to stay away from it. Mine? Get rid of that last black hole. Okay. Alpha, cast a copy of the first spell. And then we put this in the first... You know what? We might as well... Yeah, we'll just do that. Put that in the first spell slot. We shoot that. Now we have infinite black holes on kind of a weird wand for it, but whatever. Was that black hole invisible? Yeah, it was. We're kind of forced. I'm not doing it intentionally. The wand hasn't always cast invisible on it. Glimmer. Which kind of fucking with me. Swap this back to that. And then let's get excited for some immunities in a parallel world, hopefully. We'll grab this. We don't really need any orb hearts at this point, but for the fun of making Kolmi stronger, we'll do that. Wake up! We have to wait for him to open his shell or mouth or whatever the hell you want to... However you think of this boss. Shredded his ass. Alright, what we got here? Lame? Well, I mean, there is Orbit Larpa, so I guess that isn't like the lamest. Well, this is the long one. We don't want that one. Here we go.
Oh, I really wish you guys could see this guy right now.
Here we go.
Lurking in this sweat cave here in Dunkville. Moist mobs, monsters, swapper mages. It's a dunk thrill. Might get a victory. Extend your
Thank you, Sergeant Pepper. And you too there, Duck. Appreciate the subs. What's the lore behind the chunk of gold? I don't know lore-wise what it's all about. I just know that there's a massive chunk of gold in there. There's actually 2 rooms of gold. That one you see me visit all the time, but yeah, there's this thing of gold is always here, even in the very first run you ever do. It's just waiting for you to kind of discover it. And then there's another one down here in hell. Both of them are worth 250,000 gold in gold dust. But the lore implications and all that, I don't know. I would not be the guy. Definitely not the lore guy. Alright, let's do the shop real quick. I don't see anything yet. You know what? We may want this. Maybe. Damn it, there's too many maybes that I keep coming across. And you can actually, watch this, if we go acid rain cloud onto this wand here, and so every time we shoot it, why do we have double of those? What the fuck is that about? Whenever we shoot this, get a little bit of acid. Why you would do that, I have no idea, but you could. I'm looking for explosion immunity so that we can run more explosive stuff in our build and not risk dying. Ow, just like that. Good to see you, by the way, DFR. Hope you're having a great weekend so far. If you have a tentacle on there, what does that look like? So if we put a freeze tentacle on there... You need Invis Glimmer on pinpoint. Wait, why is that? Just for the visual? Like, just because you don't like the visual of the pinpoint? I forgot the freeze is going to apply because of that stupid thing. Yeah, for the memes, we'll leave it on there for a little bit. Ooh, another speed up. I do want that. There we go. There we go. I'm actually not going to get the repulsion just because we're doing some kind of goofy builds today. I don't want to mess with it. Damn it. We'll do one more roll. Fuck! Give me damn explosion immunity, game. Jumping shot would be helpful with the wisp, right? Well, first off, yeah, I mean, we're not... Goal isn't necessarily a wisp. Nah, we'll see. I guess I'll grab the next one if I come across it. I'm not really at the goal of making it where it's like a permanent wisp, but I guess we need the engine to run for a while, right? But it does need to be some wisp behavior. Health just keeps on stacking. Oh, hey, a chainsaw. They do exist. Okay, now that never runs out.
Bro, I love you content. You have special place in my heart.
Aw.
Also, can you advise how to power up in Noita runs more S on system C? Maybe it is some root pattern I shall take.
It's more about just recognizing whenever you're low HP. Because every Noita run, if a Noita run comes to an end, to have used your time at least somewhat efficiently, you want that ending to be something that you're like, I learned something from that death. But the problem is some people push their HP, they push it too far. Like, they'll be like, oh, I don't have enough money. Even though I only have 10 HP left, and I can die to any little thing, I also don't feel like I have enough gold. And so because of that, I'll stay in the level a little bit longer. Well, then an enemy, you know, that they've seen 100 times, you know, shoots them, they die, and they're like, fuck, I spent 45 minutes and lost this run. It's like, yeah, you learn nothing from that death. Other than you should have moved on. Like, you got to recognize that in Noita, one wand can, like, change the entire tempo of the run. Like, it change the pacing of everything. But you have to keep your run alive for that opportunity to happen. So look at your HP, soak as much resources as you can from a zone, but the moment your HP gets low, and when I say low, I'm talking like in the early levels, if you're below like 30 or 40 HP, probably 40 is a better one, then head out. Hell, if I'm in the fungal caverns in the second zone and my health gets below 90, I'm out of there. Because fungal caverns can get pretty spicy. You'll be walking along and an enemy does like 100 damage to you, and you're like, oh fuck. I just don't allow for that opportunity to happen, and it won't. Because you never even gave it a chance. This will allow for consistent god runs. I know it's kind of a weird advice where it's just like, just don't get low HP. You're like, no shit. But while the advice seems obvious, I feel like it's the biggest mistake that I see players make whenever I'm watching just like random people that are streaming Noita. They'll be like, playing Noita for my first time. I'm like, oh, see how they're going. In the early days, obviously, still learning stuff. But whenever you're starting to die to things that you already know, that's whenever you know you're fucking up. If you're dying in ways that you never thought possible, then that's just learning. That's just the nature of Noita. That's the nature of roguelikes in general. If you're dying and you're like, wow, I didn't know that could happen, that means it's fine. But if you're dying, you're like, and I say to you, oh, did you know that guy shot like a shotgun that does, you know, 20 or 30 damage or whatever? Did you know? And there's a yes. It's like, so then why did you put yourself in that fucking scenario? You didn't learn anything. You learned nothing. So make sure your deaths should mean something in Noita. The moment you start trying to think with that mentality, I find that it really helps you improve quickly. Nah, Dunk, you got to be going to the Alchemist kills when the lobby HP is 45 max HP, so we can have infinite black holes to zoom through overgrown. Dude, that's so true. That is the Noita together approach right there. We're like, all right, everybody play safe. People rushing over to the Alchemist. You're like, no, get your ass out of there. So I want to grab this to place there. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, I forget. If I put it like this. Noted. What happens if you have this on there? How crazy are we talking? Versus this. I like the one on there. A little laggy though. There is double explosive projectiles, which would be huge explosion damage, but we run double explosive projectile all the time, so I don't think I'm going to run it again today. Since we're doing a pollen build, let's make a little bit more variety. Acceleration, kind of tempting. Not 100% sure if it's worth. Let me look. Oh, explosion immunity! Yes! Yes! Holy Lance! Ah! Yeah, I have electric and explosion immunity now. So now I can shoot this build and feel safe. What preparation should I make for New Game Plus 28 before we go into New Game? Before going to New Game Plus, you mean? I would recommend make sure you kill the Meat Realm boss. And what else would I recommend? I'll leave Projectile Eater out just to make sure it doesn't delete cool stuff. So if you're going to New Game Plus 28, this recommendation is going to seem kind of crazy, but I strongly recommend it. First, you do like you're going to do the Sun Quest, and you stack stainless armors, which, you know, try to get like 15 of them or some crap, just like you would with the Sun Quest. Then, once you have all these stainless armors, you've done all this, you know, you broke the reroll machines, you're all powerful, all that kind of stuff. Then, you grab Glass Cannon. That sounds a little bit troll and meme. It is not. This sounds like it's meme. It is not. It's actually the best way to go about the New Game Pluses. It has nothing to do with damage or any of that. It's that as you go to the New Game Pluses, those cursed hearts that are in the orbs that you're grabbing, after New Game Plus 3 or 4, those cursed hearts one-shot the player. We're talking you could have 10 million health, and you're in New Game Plus 5. And you go to grab an orb and you accidentally grab the cursed heart, it instas you right then. You just, obviously if you have extra lives, the extra lives will save you, saving grace will save you, all that kind of stuff, but it still will try to insta you and at least remove your extra lives and all that kind of stuff. Ambrosia can help, all those things can help, but once you have 15 stainless armors, it's okay to grab Glass Cannon and force your health bar down to 50. And then just start building that health up again. That way you can have, like, whenever I did my New Game Plus 28 run, I mean, by the end of it, you have like thousands of HP, even though you have Glass Cannon. Because you got to remember, every Holy Mountain Heart will give you 10 HP, which is very minor. But you can also still do the Heart Mage trick. So then just have, you could get the Heart Mage all prepared, grab Glass Cannon, walk over to that Heart Mage, do the Heart Mage trick. Now you have Glass Cannon and you have like 4,000 health. And you have the stainless armor stacking. So now you don't have to worry about any of the orbs. You don't have to worry about your health bar because you did the Glass Cannon, but then the Heart Mage trick. It's just the best way to take care of everything. If you're choosing to not do that, you're like, no, I don't want to do the Glass Cannon method. You need to definitely have Saving Grace and some extra lives. Then also have Circle of Vigor on your Tele Wand so that it casts every frame. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's a nice muscly throne on you got there.
How is he? Is he gonna be okay? He looks so scrumptious.
You have to use a Holy Mountain Heart if you want to do Heartache with Glass Cannon. No, regular hearts work. I was explaining it earlier where it tells you that regular hearts don't work. That is a lie. Regular hearts will only work if your health bar is below what it expected it to be. So whenever you grab Glass Cannon, it expects your health bar to be 50. But when you get hit by a Heart Mage, it's below 50. So regular hearts that you pick up will add 25 HP.
The entire MLB on display here.
No, I lived. I'm alive. What are you worried about? You know, something I want to try real fast. Let me take a quick moment, because I know a lot of you guys are watching the engine, and I'll take a quick moment to show a couple of cool things that we could do with this engine already. Let's see if we can kill the bridge boss real fast. Don't worry, it's a parallel world. I still have the bridge boss in the main world. Probably going to use him as part of my 3 bosses getting killed while an engine is running. Oh, bridge boss. It's probably not going to be great. The damage field is pretty much the only thing that I'm going to be, like, utilizing. Where is he? Oh. Oh, it's shredding him pretty good. Alright, so the reason I wanted to kill him real quick is I wanted to get this Matosade real fast. And then I wanted to try something kind of fun. So I know this one should work. So that one should be fine, right? No, hold on. Freeze tentacle, add trigger. Here, let's see how that one. Nope, not quite what we're looking for. It goes 1, 2 into the triple, freeze tentacle. Let's just do it this way, just for testing purposes. I think it dies too quick, actually. So we probably need to throw the pollen into the air. Let's see. Oh shit. I actually have enough mana in that case. Get out of the way! Oh yeah, because yeah, that isn't gonna work there, is it? Whoops. Let's try this one. Ooh. No, fuck off, worm. Alright. What if we were to go over here? Put down the extra life and this. And then we fire it like so. God damn it. Is that good? God damn it, I missed. We need the other vacuum field, I think. Mana shouldn't be the issue because you do not want to have enough mana for this one. Too much mana is bad. Let me try something real fast again. If I shoot it like this, it just insta kills it because the moment this fires off, it's getting interrupted, which is then summoning in a worm, which is killing off the projectile. So I think if I had... You just have a gap between it. That was enough. But... I think maybe some vacuum fields could help with this. Yeah, we could try throwing a drilling shot on there too, see if we get some results that we're happy with. I think what else would we want on there? Nala black hole, that's kind of a cool idea. See if it, like, as it's traveling along. Let's try that one. Black hole here. Alpha goes here. This needs to go from a triple to a quad, which we do not have, so this double will have to take its place. And then if we put a Nala on that, it's going to fuck things up pretty bad, isn't it? So instead, we'll do an add trigger onto the pollen, and then put the black hole inside of that, and then put the Nala there. Is a little bit goofy? Let's see. Getting a little bit out of control. Let's say that we take these away. Boring. Stick with a double on this one. So we have this, and we fire it. It's good. And if we were to put our teleport here, and what if we did a Nala teleport here? What does that look like here? Oops, I forgot. Double with this pollen. Okay, if you take the pollen, you do an add trigger onto that with this into this. What does that look like? Add trigger to here. So that doesn't trigger off normally. It's just... Oh, wait. That's supposed to be an expiration trigger, I think, in that case. That's the reason we're having some issues. Wrong trigger. The alternative being that we could just do like this. Yeah. Can you use a spark bolt with trigger as a part of the payload instead? Spark bolt with trigger. We still need it to like hit something. Oh, do you mean like because it will hit that? Actually, how would that work? Could that be sick? It could be. Oops, it needs to be a triple. No, wait, no, it needs to be a double. That's fine. And not a lot of the spark triggers do not hit the pollen like we would like it to. It's fine, it's fine. Let's just get an expiration trigger. That will help us a ton. And we will be much happier. Alright, get that in place. Pollen, you stay. What are we putting on this? Freeze tentacle? No, let's not do freeze tentacle. Let's just do regular tentacle. This. That looks pretty funny, actually. Wait, why does this feel like it's dying off too quick? What's going on there? How does it get to die so fast? Huh. That's some hentai shit. One more time, I just need to see, just because I have an idea for what I want to do next. I just want to see this setup. It's the freeze tentacle one. Okay, so yeah, the problem is hitting that worm so quickly. All right. I think a vacuum field or some shit like that would help it there, but I have some other ideas too. Get back. This can stay. We do not want the orbiting arc anymore on there, at least for the moment. There we go. That way we can shoot at our enemies. Alpha goes here. That goes there. And let's grab a better wand real quick as well from down here. Alright. That one could be kind of interesting. The spiral arc could lead to some cool looking stuff. Right now we're just kind of shopping around for extra stuff to build cool Pollen Engine related things. I would really like a Nala. That could be fun. Does Nala mean null? Would make sense. Nala was like, isn't it like Finnish for, yeah, something like null or zero or, yeah, something in that realm. Rotate towards, also fun for us. Just one more kind of, oh, you know what? We can just go grab a tower wand, I guess. And then we just go to heaven or hell, see what they got for us. Ooh, null shot. That could be something exciting. Alright, here is the spot to go up. We're looking for an expiration trigger. I think that will help solve a lot of our problems. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Expiration trigger. That's wand homing, which is meant to get your hopes up and pretend like it's something useful. There's timer. Add timer. Not quite what we want. We've seen the add trigger, add timer. Where's the add expiration? God damn it. Ooh, don't go this way. Divide bys. There are divide bys up here. Grab a divide by 3. You never know. Oh, polymorphine shooting guy. Do not mess with him. Sorry if I'm missing some messages in the chat. It's just this area is... Oh, there it is. Expiration trigger. This area has lots of dudes that can poly you. Expiration trigger. Basically what expiration trigger does that makes it special is if you put like an add trigger onto something, it needs to hit like a wall or an enemy. It needs to hit something to trigger off. If you put an expiration trigger on something, it just means when the projectile dies, it fires off. I don't know 100% it's going to solve whatever problems we were having, but it was what I was wanting to, when I was toying around with stuff, I was thinking, if I put an expiration trigger, I think we'll get the results that were something more likely what we were wanting. Okay, now, if we did add expiration trigger on the Nala, and then put the, on the pollen, and then put a Nala small teleport bolt, I think this is more what we were expecting. Yeah. Oh, shit. Spare me.
I believe in speed. Power. Power and speed solves many things.
This is one of those things that could get your character deleted if it unloaded at the right moment, couldn't it? Cake Vaughn, how's it going, man? It's going pretty good. We're just kind of goofing around with some wands at the moment. We made what's called a Pollen Engine, and I've kind of been talking through the steps. It's gotten to this point right here, but it's kind of it's a funny interaction in Noita. It's like a funny wand build. You just don't see it very often because it's usually not necessary, but it is fun to goof around with. Like right now, what we've done is we basically made like a Ferris wheel of teleports where we can just shoot it and then just stand there, and our character just woo! Let's go! Actually, what happens if we put the... Spin! Yeah, there's definitely some spin on that one. I should have known that was coming. But if I put that on there, how does that work on it? Oh yeah, so it won't actually hit it to... I wasn't sure if it fired off. I couldn't remember. This one makes it way too hectic, I believe. Wait, what if we were to put this on the outside? We fired that? Oh shit, what did I... Oh, the spiral arc. Okay. Jesus! Yeah, we don't want the spiral arc on there, got it. Actually, if we just did it like that, would that be okay? I mean, it looks cool. Alright, we're not gonna put that on there for now. Let me think for a moment how I saved myself from this situation. Let me think. I think I have ambrosia. Mod restart. Hold up. Let me think. It's because we have the heavy shot still on the pollen, so every pollen shot is hitting us with a heavy shot.
The best paid pitcher in the entire MLB on display here.
If we mod restart, it definitely saves us. Give me a moment. There's another way. It's not about turning the directions. It's all of these pollen right here are queued up. Every single one of them has one of my teleports stored inside of it. If I had something like a cessation, I could erase the memory of all those teleports, but I don't have one on me. And just stay in the middle. No, all of these pollens have a teleport inside of them. So when they pop, it pulls me into them. Doesn't matter. I can teleport far away. It's going to yank me back into it. That's why I was like, let me see for a second.
If you mod restart, I'll lose any respect I have.
Oh, shut your mouth! Shut! You complain every day. You complain every day. I'm not casting. I'm not casting anything right now. Let me look at my wands real fast. I should have an ambrosia flask in... Wait, this doesn't show flask? It should show flask. The fuck? Oh, what am I talking about? It's at the beginning. Pfft. I don't know why. When I was looking here, I thought these were spells. I was like, wait, where are the flasks at? I was looking down here like, I don't see them. It's the second one. Okay. So... I sprayed water. That was good. I started to spray, but then I saw my health was actually going to be okay, so I didn't really... Just like, oh, it's not really working.
It was not luck.
Not even close. Exactly. Wasn't even close. What were you guys so afraid of? Let's remove the heavy shot off of that. Dear God. I was pumping some damage. I don't know why. Whenever I went in, I went to press the hotkey for it. I think I must have hit the wrong one. Went to water instead of the ambrosia. We live, didn't restart. Kuba, you say he's going to put lots of respect on my name from now on. He says he's going to super respect me. I appreciate that, Kuba.
Only HP that matters is the last one.
Exactly. Test heal on the engine. Oh, I like that idea. Heal on the engine. How do we keep it like a controlled heal, though? Read Blue. What's up, Blue? Yo, Fresh Noita here. I have 60 hours on the game and I wanted to go into quest. Do you have any advice, recommendations how to approach that? Should I prioritize some in a run or should I dedicate one quest per run? It really depends on what how you enjoy the game. The reality is you can get like super powered up and then just knock out pretty much most of the game. Like you go through like 90% of like questing and just unlocks whatever. But that would be really time consuming too, like one of those long runs. The good thing is if you get, let's say you do a run for 30 hours, one single run, 30 hours.
Okay,
and
I think you need a break to change your pants. And yes, you gain a bit respect. Now I respect you like I would Dung Beetle when he's rolling his
I told you he was talking shit. The thing is, if you do a god run and then like, let's say you die, let's say you're 30 hours in, you make a mistake, you die, whatever, it doesn't mean that it undoes everything you did up to that point. Any of the quests, any of the unlocks, anything like that already are done. Like you've already accomplished those things. Getting the win isn't necessary unless you're looking for something specific like, I guess some of the even some of the pillars. You shouldn't need to unlock. The moment you grab the 11th orb, I think you get it whenever you pick up the 11th orb. Pretty much you could just do one long run, accomplish as much as you want in that single run. In terms of enjoyment though, a lot of people tend to they go into a run and they dedicate that run to like a certain kind of quest. Like, hey, I'm gonna do in this run, I want to do the Giga Nuke unlock. So they just do everything that they think that can help set them up for success in the Giga Nuke unlock. But most quests to be successful is all about just becoming powerful, getting lots of health, getting lots of damage, all that kind of stuff. So you can apply it to all the quests at once if you would like. Alright. Create a little bit of space. How are we looking? Oops. Not the worst healing method I've ever had. Probably not the best either, but you know. Highly effective. We need to back up a little bit. Oh shit, actually if you slow it down too much, you see that? It's like a little swirl. Huh. Yeah, we have some great stuff to get us healed up. In fact, I'll watch this. I'll not even grab that heal. We'll bypass it for the moment. Go ahead and take this portal real quick. This is going to be our healing method for the run. You ready for this shit? It's going to be highly efficient. go. So then it's piercing, deadly heal. Go ahead and throw a null on that to make sure I don't beat my ass. Then hey, it's raining heals. Perfect. I wonder if I go down here and I shoot my new raining heals wand. Now we can swim in lava with the raining heals. We're fine. Oh god, it burns. You can use a projectile that, can you use a projectile that can kill you? We already did. We almost died. We already fucked around and almost found out. Really pushing it today. Just swimming through the lava. How's it going, guys? Nothing could go wrong. You're like, get out of the lava! Get your ass out of the lava right now!
Do it.
And we LARPA that shit. Oh, you're talking about the deadly heals? Look at him go! Sadly, I don't think there's really much reason to LARP it because the LARPed ones I don't believe can heal you. Like, for example, if I was to take this, the LARPed ones don't have piercing. So if I take this away, I don't think I get heal of any kind with this. Yeah, nothing about this heals us. It only hurts us. Piercing is the crucial thing, which orbit or LARPed stuff don't get that effect. Wait, what did I do to this? What have I done? What have I done? Does the stream freeze for anybody else? I hope not. Red fist? I mean, was that literally the difference there? Was that the difference maker? It has something to deal with the orbit LARPA, because if we take this away and this away, it should still be fine.
Right now, he is drenched in sweat.
Or not. Let me shoot this real quick. Oh, wait, no? What's going on there? Oh. Am I overwrapping somewhere? 1, 2. Add expiration onto this. Piercing heal. Maybe deadly heal killed the pollen. Oh, Durium. Your brain be good. That makes a lot of sense. Durium got one of them good brains. He's got extra wrinkles on that one. Yeah, so it means if you had double piercing, then that should also be fine, right? Because it does 0 damage, which I think would make it where it still doesn't interrupt the pollen. But anyways, it would have bothered me, but luckily Durium was here to solve that one. That makes sense for why it would be happening. Not a black hole tell you to do funny things. Let's test. So you're saying like something maybe in this realm?
Smash?
I think that's pretty funny. That seemed kind of hilarious.
I've been dropping loads around this fucking house like a goddamn dump truck. Stop! It's time to stop, okay?
No more. What if we were to put foaming on this shit? Stop telling me over there, goddammit. So it keeps you there. How does this function without the orbit? I think it doesn't fire off as much. Let me see. Oh no, it still keeps going. I wonder what keeps it moving, because I remember before we had problems with it. Oh, it's the black hole itself causes it to move. Because if we were to take it away... Actually, we just leave this there. It doesn't really matter. And we shoot it at it. Like this. It shoots for like a moment, and then it ends. Because once the pinpoint of light stops moving. But the black hole keeps it moving. Forever. Holy shit, that's actually... something we haven't experimented with, because then we could create a wisp of the pinpoint of light, and as long as we shoot it towards Kolmi, Kolmi stays loaded in, black hole keeps it moving, keeps it firing off. You're gonna die somehow? What? Why would you say such a thing? Why would you say something so ridiculous? Okay, what if we tried the freeze tentacle shit again? We may fuck this whole area up pretty bad. This one, and this needs to be a triple. Oh no, we need the Nala on there, didn't we? It's gonna shoot black holes in all directions. So we will place only that there, and we are gonna put the Nala on it. Here, so the black hole dies immediately. Then the triple goes here, so that that all still fires off. How does this work? Let's see. God damn it. Why does it not use up the Matosade? Because everything, it has enough mana for everything, and on this last one, Matosade costs 225 mana, and then the Equiplicate spell says cast copies of a projectile in a was that tetragonal pattern, but the copies still cost mana. That means it has to cast this thing 4 times. So 225 times 4, that means that we need 900 mana just for these, and this total max mana is 1,000. So basically it gets all the way to the very end. It doesn't have enough mana to sustain the last one, so then it says, oh, ran out of mana, and so it allows you to keep casting it infinitely. Equiplicate will keep copying and almost casting all of them, but then it's incomplete, so then it doesn't use up the charge. You want it to be incomplete. If you accidentally complete it and you have enough mana, then you will lose the charge.
Well, I wish you guys could see this.
Probably should have that cast there. I think this needs to be the other one, not this one. Oh well. Damn it. A little bit of lag. There's a reason I was going through all this trouble. I was seeing if I could make something kind of funny, but seems to not be worth the trouble at this point. We're still gonna make a Pollen Engine, but just not what I was originally thinking. I was thinking of creating some kind of like Ferris wheel of like worms spawning with also pulling the player towards the worm spawning, and it so like it would auto grab the hearts at the same time, you know? But it's getting a little too funky right now, and I'm like, eh. Though, yeah, worm merry-go-round, exactly. This goes from a triple to also being a double. What does this look like if I cast this? The double's fine. We put the pollen there. That's fine. Put a teleport bolt in it. There's nothing that can beat my ass, right? About to find out. What would it do if you, without circle? Oh yeah, we can try. It's like a straight line. Until it finds its way over to fucking Kolmi. I'm trying to decide on what's the thing that causes it to die off sometimes prematurely. Because if you shoot it out whenever you're over here... it seems just fine. You think it's just the collision with the player? But it seems to still be true even with just this, right? Like it sometimes dies early. Well, maybe not in this case. Let's see. Yeah, it's something that recognizes it as like a collision with a solid element. So maybe a drilling shot would be all it needs, because somebody had said that earlier, which I think the drilling shot was somewhere over here when they had said, don't you need that? Pollen destroys another pollen. I think it's the physical, like hitting a physics object. We need the drill. Yeah, it could be a collision exactly with the frozen corpses, which would be solid material. It seems like it's a real possibility, right? Matter Eater or drilling, could use a try then. Matter Eater, not so much. Drilling, yes. The Matter Eater, it limits your, it messes with lifetime anyways. I mean, I guess it would at least give us like information. Because maybe we could move the Matter Eater to a different, yeah, move it to a different spot. We did see a Matter Eater at that last mountain, I think, as well. We just wouldn't be able to have the Matter Eater on the same thing that is doing the wisp kind of stuff. Alright, let's say that we put this here. This is gonna be a little funky. Not quite. Let's just get both of them, then we can test with both of them instead of just sitting here with one at a time. 2-orb Kolmi watching all this. I'm in danger. He's like, sweet mother of God. That Mina's got more health than I do. I was hoping we'd find a inner spell by this point, which we haven't. Which we can go looking in like heaven or hell for it anyways, but still. So you're saying this last mountain that we had passed a drilling shot. Yes, there it is, just chilling. Just saying hello. Alright, let's see if there's any different results here. Anything exciting? Alright, so right now, this is inside of the expired pollen. On its own, we don't expect much. But, hold on. What the hell are you doing there? Get out of here. But, the solution that Durium had brought up, which was kind of cool, was that we were using a Nala head trigger here. Then we were putting the Nala on the black hole, which was here. Double. This needs to swap to a triple. Then how was that one going to work out? Okay. And then now we try out the drilling on it. Oh, shit. It's laggy as fuck. Oh, you know, I just realized. No, this should be fine. I mean, it'll lag for a moment, but no biggie. Okay, if we drilling. Let's try it on the pinpoint. Not the pinpoint, apparently. That is not the one. Let's try it on the pollen. That was it. It was the pollen hitting the corpses of the worms and dying. That was killing it. Oh no. Did you say a worm singularity? You shouldn't have done that. It's not a wisp. It's not a wisp. Yeah, we should have taken the lifetime down a bit before. I see that now. Oh, see? It's fine. I have a plan for the next one. I think that'll go better. I've got a plan. It's gonna make sure to not accidentally cast my wand again. Otherwise, I'll be screwed. Why go better? This is perfect. It's like a fucking pile of corpses. Actually, wait, no, we don't pause this. Gotta open my inventory again. If you're curious what's happening, it's that this one spot, the worm singularity going on right here, as the chat described it. There's so many corpses stacked on top of each other that the engine's kind of freaking out because they're like these frozen corpses. So there's like physics, there are physics objects here interacting with each other, like as the ice is breaking, and the engine is like, holy shit, what is happening here? So, I mean, as you can see, every heart was like, you know, hearts are a 50-50 chance of dropping from one of these worms. So for that many hearts means obviously we had a ton of worms. Can you not bomb it? Yeah, we have a black hole as well that we can just dig away to get rid of the corpses. The issue is that my game is lagging so much I can't move. But there's another thing. There's the concentrated light. We'll turn. We could turn them into dust, like a powder. But the issue with that one is that we need to get damage on the concentrated light. Is there a way to delete the bodies as the engine is on? Yes, the concentrated light. Concentrated light, you've probably seen it before when you kill enemies. If you shoot them with the concentrated light, the corpse just actually vanishes. It's weird. So using that to kill these worms would be the better method instead of the freeze tentacle. So we're gonna take this out for now to make sure we don't mess that up. Oh my god! How many fucking worms were in there? It's like as I'm deleting them, they're spawning more faster than I can delete them. It's not the freeze isn't on the black holes. If anything, now I do need the freeze on there. Seal that shit up. Alright, got a little bit of HP. Dude, there's so many. When you delete it, it just... Hey, go away! Okay, I'm actually going to... for now, we're gonna put that down. Really quickly, out of curiosity, I'll do it in a different spot. But I want to see something. All that preparation for 2-orb Kolmi, it was more like we're just kind of goofing around because, you know, it's not like people have never built a worm farm and stuff. It's just fun experimenting like with one little modifier here, one there, trying out different stuff, seeing the results, seeing what we like with the pollen engine going on. Just trying some stuff out. 1, 2.
I really
Three,
wish
so
you
that's
guys could see
4.
this guy right now. He is drenched.
So that
in
means
sweat.
that we should... Wait, what should be... Add trigger onto this. Package that inside of... 1, 2, 3... Yeah. Let's see what happens if we do this. I'm curious. Oh, no, we need the black holes there. That was kind of a crucial one, wasn't it? Which that means that we put this here. Damn, there's so much stuff. Triple, double, that's a forecast. 1. This one is number 2 with... actually... 1, 2, this number 3. Null. This. Oh, it's the black hole. That was what was in the first spot. I was wondering what was over there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this may work. Let's test this out. This may work. This did not work well. I think this is pretty much the same setup we had. The only difference is we're not using freeze whatever, so I'll take these off. Let's see how this works out. Also, maybe because the worms aren't getting insta'd. Could be a factor. Yeah, it does seem like it's, Oh, psh, that's why. I was wondering what was happening. I was like, what is going on?
When you were relatively new and did all quests at least one time, which one was your favorite one?
There were so many worms spawning there that they were ceasing to exist. That's crazy. Luckily it died off pretty quickly. I don't know, there's definitely some more stuff to do there, but I liked Durium's suggestion, because basically one of our biggest problems that we had anytime in the past we did like pinpoint of light engine stuff, is that it's hard to keep the engine going, because the pinpoint of light will start to rest, like just sit in a spot, but the Knowledge black hole is at least shoving it enough that it seems to keep the interactions alive. Why is your Noita so laggy? It's not that our Noita is laggy, it's that we're doing something just ridiculous. It's like trying to summon in 100 worms at one time. The engine is not happy with that. But we're going to go back to just doing damage builds and specifically... Wait, what does Pinpoint of Light need to be a potential wisp again? Just want to kill 3 bosses with an engine running through all 3 bosses. Wisp. Wisp it up. We may end up doing a Spark Trigger Wisp. I think is still viable as well for us. Spark Trigger Pollen build, I mean. Oh shit, wait, it's just 3 of these? For some reason I was thinking it was more than that. We just grab a divide by 2 because we already have one of those. There was a big question, a bits question. The bits question, what was going on? Oh, the quest, which one was my favorite? Well, the thing was, when I was new, when I first played the game, there wasn't nearly as many quests. Like it was pretty basic. It was like they still had the parallel worlds and you know you could get really OP, all that kind of stuff, but there wasn't exactly a ton to do with it. It wasn't until later they added in the crazy quests, like, you know, the Giga Nuke, Sun Quest, hell, just even going deep into New Game Pluses wasn't a thing in the early game. Well, you couldn't go maybe to New Game Pluses. I don't remember so much on that part because I was a little noob. But, so basically the strongest boss in the game is the 33 orb boss, right? And in the early days, it actually wasn't... it wasn't thought possible that it was thought that the 31 orbs was the most you could possibly get Kolmi 2, Like you couldn't get them to 33 orbs. It was later discovered that like whenever you would go into New Game Pluses, certain New Game Plus formations would spawn in such a way that it would allow for you to get to 33 orbs. Then eventually the devs came along and like I think they tweaked some of the world spawning to make it so that New Game Pluses always made it possible to get to 33 orbs. Some shit like that. It may not be exactly how it went, but there were some things like that in the early days. So I mean that's not even like an official quest, but I'd say my favorite quest is the Sun Quest, and probably has always been the Sun Quest. It's pretty awesome. But when I was an ultra noob, my favorite thing to do. How long were you a noob for? I'm struggling hard. Oh, I was a noob for a while. Like I had well over 100 deaths before I ever got my first win. I got my ass beat repeatedly, and everybody was noobs back then. I remember I had been playing for. I mean, there's a post out there. I every once in a while I've gotten linked it before. I think if you let me see real fast if I can find this. So only 100. I said I had well over 100 deaths, like before I even had a win. It could have been 200, could have been 300. I don't know. I just know it was over. I remember the significant part of having 100 deaths and no wins, or something about the 100 deaths being significant. I think that was it. There's a funny post. Damn it, I can't see it now. Somebody, I remember last time I got linked it. Basically, it was like a Reddit thread made in the early months when the game first came out, because people were talking about Noita and they said, hey, I'm having problems, blah, blah, blah. And their post was like this. It said something along the lines of, hey, if you're struggling, there's a guy who's streaming Noita named DunkOrSlam. He has 10 wins under his belt, or something like that. And it was like, oh my God, like this was like a holy shit, this guy's won 10 times. And the game had already been out for, it wasn't like the first week or anything like that. It may have been at the end of like the first month. So sometimes I feel like whenever you're a new guy to the game, it can feel a little bit like you're the only one struggling, because you hop into streams and you see people, like, me doing this goofy shit with like 9,000 health, and you're thinking, if I'm struggling with like, the little basic shit, how am I supposed to get to this late game? But the reality is, that early game is where most people, even the experienced players, still die. You have loaded up Noita, and it starts you on the final boss of the game. And the final boss not really being a boss, the hardest obstacle is the early game. Not to say that there won't be challenges. I don't want to disappoint you. There'll definitely be challenges in the late game and all that. But whenever people do their bets on my run to say, ooh, is he going to win or lose? One of the things that is scariest for where I could fuck up is the early game. Getting one shot by an Uko, misstepping in one spot and an enemy having a wand and just insta-ing me. That is where I'm most afraid of messing up. So you as a new guy, you're basically loading in the game into the hardest part of the game, and because you're struggling with that, I always think of games like Dark Souls and stuff where people, it's kind of notorious, like, oh my God, this Dark Souls is insane. Well, imagine if the tutorial boss, or the first boss they have you run into, which I guess didn't really apply in Dark Souls, there isn't necessarily a tutorial boss, but the very first thing you run into, they made it the most challenging boss in the entire game. Obviously, a lot of people would get to that boss, never get past it, and then just say like, this game is crazy, like it's way too difficult. But Noita, it's like if you train yourself to get over that obstacle, that hurdle, the reward is that it becomes like this crazy sandbox game where you can do really crazy stuff, which is what we're doing right now, where we're literally creating a method to fire off a way that it farms hearts. Like hearts literally can rain down from the sky. I would fire it again right now, except for the fact that last time I fired it, we got like 2,000 HP and our game nearly froze. So I don't want to test that again. Is this the post? Let's see. No, this isn't the one. What is this one? I don't think I've ever seen this one. On a 28 win streak on Twitch. If you want to learn some tips and tricks, I highly recommend it. On a 28 win streak. I had a 28 win streak? Or he probably just means 28 wins. That was 5 years ago. I don't think I was on a 28 win streak. But yeah, you'll see posts like this in the early days. And it made it a lot easier. It made it less discouraging to be a new guy, because you saw everybody was struggling, right? Like there was nobody, Like the people who were the best were like, they got like 5 wins, you know, they got like 10 wins total. So you as a new guy with 0, it wasn't that disheartening, you know. But now when you're a new guy, you're like, all right, how do I get a win? What is it? How's everybody else doing? They're like, I got 5,000 wins. You're like, okay, god damn it. I found it, the top comment here. Oh yeah, is that the one? It sounds very similar. Yeah, this has got to be it. This is like a, yeah. Yeah, that was it. That was why, because I think that if you Google DunkOrSlam, it was probably finding it because of this. It was like a Reddit post that somebody said, this is, it was like years ago. I feel like somebody said, hey, this is the first thing that pops up if you Google your name. And I was like, what is this? I was like, why does this pop up? And they said, look at the top comment. And it was said, you can watch a winner with 11 wins under his belt. More wins than any other streamer by far. DunkOrSlam on Twitch. So that should give you a little bit of an idea of how, like, as a new guy, you know, 11 wins was a bragging point of like, oh yeah, you're not going to get better than that, baby. And so, yeah, when you have 0 as a new player, it's perfectly normal. You're going to be struggling for a while. All right, I'll stop yapping. Sorry, I'm trying to think up a cool build.
Barely evolved since then.
Hey, I've evolved into a Giga Chad. You're just jealous. Sorry if I missed any subs during the golden scam train and all that. It was just I was yapping, talking Noita. But we're gonna lock in. We're gonna lock the fuck in. Dang, I don't even remember this comment. 14 years ago. That was me. I made a post. Half my heroes are grayed out. Matchmaking. Oh, I said this problem plagued myself and 9 of my friends tonight in our in-houses. No idea what the problem was. Was your problem in private games or matchmaking? Matchmaking, after a reset, it fixed itself. It 3 games. Yeah. I don't even remember this post. I'm an OG though. There's proof. There's proof. 14 years ago. Reddit is old. Unk status. You're so old. What? Okay. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. We're gonna get lock in 0.5 seconds later, distracted. All right. So, anyways, what's the overarching goal? Like, what's the general goal of this run? The goal was we wanted to create one of these pollen engines, which we have, but we wanted to make one that we could have it running, and while it's running, we can, without even casting, pretty much. It's just that we just leave the engine running, go around and kill 3 bosses just with the effect of the engine running. That's the general goal. So let's get back to focusing on damage and the pollen engine running without us having to like upkeep it. So focus up. All that's fine. This, I don't even think we need this anymore. That was just me goofing around with the worms. 1, 2, I don't know, 3. Wait, what the hell? What is this build right now? 1, 2, 3. Good. I'm messing something up. Oh no, never mind. I'm not messing something up. You know what? What does this look like on there? Not my favorite. Duck ignores me. I'm in purgatory with Woad. All right. Hold on. I'm trying to get to the gameplay. You guys you distracted me with stuff. What am I looking at? Well, first off, what in the hell is this? Solving this Noita mystery sounds like a job for Sweatman. What is Hey, don't act like that's not a superhero that you would call for. You know you would. And I wouldn't save your ass. I'd let you suffer. I created a emote for your last death. Yes! DNK cursed love. Oh shit. I think we have an emote spot too. If you want to post the original file, I think we may have a spot for that. Maybe. Do it. That's pretty funny though. Also fucked up. Mods ban that guy. Get him out of here. Throw Dark Fox in the dumpster. I guess one little thing I did need to do. So we need to collect gold from another gold room, which I have not done. But we do have the chain spell here. That's perfect. We need gold, we need inner spell, and we need a divide by 2. That's the last 3 things, and then I'd say we're pretty much set up. Ooh, nukes? Nah, we can't do nukes. That will be just a lag fest. I would do nukes with the... Well, we can do it one time. How about that?
Do it. Legalize nuclear bombs.
Find some bad guys. There's some bad guys. I think we got them. I think they're dead. I'm sorry, Nuke. I don't love you anymore. I do like that one, though. We go grab the gold room, and now we are missing... What was the things I said? It was gold, divide by 2, and inner spell. Yeah, that's it. Are eggs the only thing that can wake the triangle boss? Yes, but keep in mind that there are 3 different kinds of eggs. At least I've never heard of anything else waking the triangle boss. There is the egg trigger, the hollow egg, and then the regular egg that does summon creatures. So those are 2 different spells. Keep in mind, like if you look here on the spells, yeah, these are 2 different ones. And then there's also those eggs that you find laying around on the ground. When you're roaming around the world, there can just be an egg. You know, like where the flask will sit on a pedestal? There can be an egg on a pedestal as well. You can pick those up, and those actually work to wake up the boss. And then... No DuckTales. What is this? You want some Finnish DuckTales? Here you go. Get a little flavor of Finnish DuckTales. We better not get DMCA'd for this. My ears!
Meistä hurin on Anka linna. Aina täynnä säpinä on Anka linna. Arvoitus raukee ja ansat laukee. Ankat, oh. Uutta juonta aina sahaa. Ankat, oh. Joskus hyvää, joskus pahaa. Ankat, oh. Pakara väijy takanasi. Muukalainen kannoillasi. Mitä teet sen kaiken kertoo? Ankat, oh. Uutta juonta aina sahaa. Ankat, oh. Joskus hyvää, joskus pahaa. Ankat, oh. Ei säsket eikä hyttyset vaan. Ankat, oh.
There you go. There's your Finnish DuckTales. Just play your own version. We did. We already played that one earlier. I've heard all the versions. I've heard the French one. I had no idea that DuckTales was so just worldwide. Like I thought it was just like as a American kid, I thought it was just an American cartoon. I didn't realize everybody was watching DuckTales. We've seen the Finnish. We watched a German. There was a French, Japanese. I don't know if we've seen a Chinese. I don't remember on that one. I don't think we see the Chinese one. We listened to a Russian. Funnily enough, so it may have just been an unlucky moment because we used to play all these different versions of DuckTales on the stream just for like goofing around whenever we were in the gold room. So I'd play, of course, the classic, like the American one that I grew up with. But then everybody else has their own classics, I guess. They're like, oh, I watched this, over, an Italian fucking DuckTales. And so we listened to the intro. We jumped all over the place. There was a Portuguese one, Spanish, all that stuff. And then whenever we played the Russian DuckTales, that day at the end of my stream, I got like a notification. It was like, hey, just a heads up, part of your VODs are muted because there was potentially DMCA content. And I was like, so every single DuckTales up to that point had not been flagged by DMCA, but apparently Russian DuckTales, they were like, arrest this man. He is dangerous. But I didn't get like an official DMCA or anything like that. It was just like the Twitch's automated system for some reason was triggered off on that one. But through the years since then, like, they've made like upgrades, I guess, to their system that tries to detect DMCA music. So now we have had other things also trigger the potential DMCA thing. But I just remember the Russian DuckTales was like the first one that was just like, watch out, this is DMCA content. I was like, really? Russian DuckTales? That's when we've gone too far? Can you watch all episodes of DuckTales live on stream and then do a quick read-along of Disney's cease and desist letter? Now that's content right there. Oh shit, we're in lava. Yep, we've heard the Italian one. We've heard, there's a ton. I just thought, you know, oh, it's just, there's only an English version. Nope, I was wrong. There is a billion versions of this shit. And it's pretty awesome, actually. And it's they were creatively, they had some creative freedom with their versions of the intro. Like, they can sound decently different, enough that you'll recognize, all right, this is DuckTales, but the way they sing it can vary quite a bit. It's been funny through the years here and all the different versions and what people were familiar with. Like that Finnish one where it does their O, that because you know, the DuckTales got that O, and the Finnish one has a weird version, like kind of a higher pitched O. They all had their own flavor, definitely. Yeah, like they didn't. I guess they were allowed to get creatively wild with it. They didn't have any like specific guideline. They had to, like, hey, don't do too crazy with these lyrics. They're like, nah, go crazy, go wild. Alright, I'm going down to hell real quick to find the divide by 2 and hopefully the inner spell. Both of these can spawn in hell. And I bet you we're gonna find them right away. Because that's how lucky we are. Divide by 2, easy. Easy. Now the inner spell. I don't know what is up with the wand refreshes right here. That's kind of crazy. Do you take damage from the explosion from going supersonic with teleport if you don't have immunities? I know it can make you catch on fire, like, you know, like the little burst. You can start to burn from it. I don't remember ever taking explosion damage from it though, so I'm guessing you don't need it. But also maybe it's just because I'm so used to having explosion immunity by that point in the game. There it is, inner spell. I told you guys. I told you we're gonna find that shit right away. So we're set up to go kill the bosses. Nuclear launch detected. Giga black hole in the engine. Fuck that. Giga black hole in the engine when you try to get my computer to explode. I'm looking for a spells to... I guess we'll just take spells to magic missiles. That's good enough. And then in like the early days, whenever I used to play, I didn't play the DuckTales. I try not to play it all the time, but then people would always request it. And then it started with somebody guilting me where they were like, I can't fall asleep without you playing DuckTales. I was like, fine, I'll play it. Then the next stream, people were like, I can't sleep either. And so now they'll sometimes spam the little like tucked in emote where they're just like sleeping around the time that we get to the gold room. If you're ever curious why they spam that, that's just a little bit of lore for you. Wasn't DuckTales banned in Norway or Finland because the duck don't wear pants in the cartoon? Wait, really? I don't know about that one. I know at least there's one place that I feel decently confident it was not banned, and that is wherever the hell. Damn it! What's the children's show about the dude with the massive schlong? Fuck! I want to say, is it Sweden? Dillerman, yes. Dillerman. Wait, that one's Denmark? Okay, Denmark. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. It's a children's show about a character with a massive, like the main character has a massive penis, and so he goes through his everyday life with a massive penis. It's a real thing. You can look that shit up. One time, I looked it up on stream. The trailers, it's for kids. It's made for children. But the problem is, whenever you go to the wiki, and I I thought I had my stream open. Like, I had the stream open, but I thought it was like, you know how this screen right here, you can see whatever's on my screen? I was on this one. I didn't know it, though. I thought I was on my other screen, and I went to the Wikipedia page. I was like, what the fuck? And as I moved my mouse, there's the word, hey, it's a children's show about a man with a massive penis. And so penis is fucking highlighted. So as you move your cursor, like my screen just like fucking massive dong on my screen. I was like, oh shit. I was like, I'm getting banned for sure. And I was like, I got to reset the VODs real fast. And I did it so quick that people in the chat afterwards were like, you weren't on the right scene. You were on we couldn't see your screen. I was like, oh shit. So I like deleted the VODs and everything as fast as possible. But it turned out I wasn't even on the scene. But my point is, if you go trying to look it up, which I think it is pretty normal to be like, let me Wikipedia this. Be careful. Be careful. But if you just watch the the trailer made for the show, it's literally about a man with a massive penis. He literally, like in the intro of the trailer, he's like, he wraps his penis around the dog's like collar, and that's how he walks him. That's how he walks his dog. I don't know, man. They're getting wild over there in Denmark, I guess. What the fuck? It's a real thing. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Look it up. It's real. All right, let's see. Divide by 2. Chain spell. And so when I fire it, it's going to die off most of the times, right? Let me see. It should be only a 6.6% chance of being successful. Every time I fire this wand, there's a 6% chance that it will be infinite. I'm trying to prepare for that 6% chance. So what I need to do... I was going to say I could walk through this, but I've done it several times today explaining the entire wand. I guess worst case, somebody could go through the VOD and kind of learn how it functions. Let's get rid of that one. And then this is only 2 spells. Oh, the black hole setup. I knew I was forgetting something. I was like, something isn't right. Oh, I'm messing with the lifetime with all this stuff there. Damn it. Like a fool. Like a damn fool. Alright, let's put the black hole here. Alpha can go... Where's the alpha gonna go? I guess here. This is currently gonna have 2 spells on it, so we need another double. 1, 2... if I put a null on this, will that ruin that build? Let's test it. Actually, let's test it without the chain spell stuff for a moment. Gulp. I swear it's like firing the black holes off on top of me, which it shouldn't be. Why is it all of a sudden dying off instantly? What changed? It's just that I guess it has to take that away for a moment. See, that's the difference. Unlimited power. Time up increase is not good. I was doing that for testing because in a bit we're going to want to make it an infinite lifetime. So instead of just being like, hey, let's test on the infinity lifetime, I'd rather test on the short lifetime and then work on making it infinite. Okay, if anybody's curious what our issue is that I need the black holes. I'm pretty sure I need them to time out instantly. Otherwise, it's going to fuck with stuff too much. So to make the black holes time out instantly, I have to put the Nala on the black holes. So for the Nala to not mess up other stuff, I need to package the black holes in something else so that it will seclude it in its own little group. So I put it inside the pollen. Okay, that's fine. But then I want these other spells to cast. I can cast them like this. Like this works just fine. Should work just fine. Yeah. See, it works great. The issue is I want all that crazy damage and explosiveness to happen on top of my character, where I'm at, where I'm standing. So right now I shoot over there, nothing's happening on top of me. It's all happening over here. So then to move it to where I'm at, we put the inner spell where all the crazy damage is, which are like, oh, that's good. But then this inner spell is packaged in the same group. Actually, let me see where this is. Yeah, it's packaged in the same group as this pollen. So inner spell casting with these will also cast on this one, meaning the pollen will get moved on top of my character, which means it kills off the chain reaction. I'm almost certain. Let's see though. Let's be 100%. Yeah. The pollen is casting on top of me. That's not where I want it to be. So to fix that, we need to package stuff in another group, like another spell within a spell kind of thing. Which is fine, but again, we need another expiration trigger for that, so we got to do that. Just for the moment, we're looking for our second expiration trigger. Then hopefully we have everything then. I keep thinking I have everything I need, and then one more thing pops up. That's how Noita goes sometimes. No expiration trigger here. I don't think I saw any while I was up there, so I'm just going to head down here. Where's an expiration trigger? Oh, found one. All you gotta do is complain. It's the Noita way. Fine, you're out of here, crit. Alright. Let's see if this new setup works. In fact, I'm going to do it while I'm down here in case I find out I need like one more spell and then to keep from driving myself insane. Alright, the expiration trigger on the pollen fires off... What does it fire off? It fires off a Nala Alpha along with... It's a double. Along with a... What else is it? Add expiration digging bolt that has an inner spell. Where's inner spell at? Oh my god, I'm getting lost at this point. Inner spell chain bolt. Sure, we'll just go with one for now. It's fine. Then put the black hole in this spot, and then I shoot it, and then what happens? Nothing good. Hold on. It's because I have a double here, but it actually is not needed. This goes into two things. One, two, yeah, there we go. We've done it. My God. We've done it. Don't worry, we'll make some changes to it to make it a little bit different, but I just wanted to make sure that we could get it functioning. That's step one, make it function. And we try to make one that has an infinite lifetime, which infinite lifetime means you need 3 chain spells. If you look it up on the Wisp website, on the wiki, Pinpoint of Light needs 3 of the chain spells to have a 6.66% chance of making a Wisp. So chain spell and a divide by 2 should equals 3 chain spells. The very first one made a wisp, but I didn't have it set up correctly because it said the gods are impressed, but then it didn't fire off like I wanted it to. What the hell was that about? Oh, shit! That was interesting. Let's see if we place that in within that. No, the wisp part is correct, actually. What am I thinking? What? Oh, it is working. It's just that sometimes it starts to idle. Interesting. If I get sheeped, am I just gonna insta-die? Yes. Making the game look like Vampire Survivors. My bitrate! It's going to shit! Then you can even change my edit over here since it's infinite. So we need to make it have much more damage, because as you can see, it's hitting for like no damage. Well, not no damage, but I want them to like insta people, you know? Oh my god! That was a polymorphine shot that just flew right next to me. Did you see that poly shot? I think because the game's lagging so much from this, it actually saved me. Because the slow motion made me like clearly see where the poly shot was. I was just like, alright, just levitate over it. Whoop. Overreacting much? I would instantly die if that hit me. I would just be over. You not realize that this is just death constantly firing out of my character? If I'm a little sheep, I'm not surviving that shit. I'm just dead. I cast spells to magic missiles. A little laggy. Okay. So instead of that build, instead of the chain bolt, since we've seen that before, let's go with damage plus down here, along with homing and damage field. Only a 6% chance of it working, so I gotta fire it. Last time I fired it one time and it worked, so that was pretty lucky. Oh. Is that the one? Give it a moment. Did it just fall? Why is it? The hell's going on down there? Does shitty homing fuck it up? Maybe. I mean, it seems like it's still working. It's just really hit or miss. Okay, we can work with this. So randomly while we're moving along, we'll just shit out some like crazy damage. The hell is this? Where's my damage? It's the damage. It's the damage field perk at home. I don't need the perk. I'll make my own damage field. It's really weird. I don't know what's causing the ball lightnings to not fire off where I'm at. It may just be the nature of the spell. Let's see where is it even hitting at? Alright, let's go far away again. Just to be clear, I'm not firing my wand at all. I'm literally just, like, standing there. Like, all those spells flying out of me was not me shooting my wand. That was just the auto-firing. Alright, let's try to put it down. Is it still going? Well, that's weird. I guess we don't need to put it down. Let's go see what happened. Yeah, it's gone. Huh. Weird. Drilling shot on the lightning? Do you think that was it? Like, you think it can't make its journey over to me somehow? Try it. Oh, we forgot to... Oops, I forgot to put shit back. Whoopsie. Okay, that's supposed to be there. Yeah. The hell? Oh, fuck. It was like it made a wisp, but it didn't... Oh, is that it? Let's see. No, even with the drilling spell. I killed it off with this. What else could we consider then? Ball lightning just seems to not play nice with it. Alright, what if instead we went with... Let's go look in the mountain to see if there's anything that's like a fun one to shoot off. We could have ducks just flying out of us, but that would probably get us killed. Area teleport on... Nothing there I want to put area teleport on. Do you have reduce time? I don't have a reduce on me. I only have the one chain spell, which is where I get the reduce from. Well, and a Nala, I guess we count that. Homing spark with plasma inside. That actually, yeah, you may have a workaround there. It is a little funky though. But That would make sense. So their suggestion, Himmer's suggestion was that we put the inner spell on the spark trigger, and then we put the ball lightning inside the spark trigger. See if that will work. And if that's the case, we want all of those things inside the spark trigger, including that. Drilling shots shouldn't matter. Let's try that out, I guess. It's a good idea, though, Himmer. I mean, even if it doesn't work, it was still solid thinking. Potential solution to a problem. Oh, there it goes. I think. Pretty sure it's going. There you go. So basically right now I'm just shitting out spark triggers in a random direction that have this crap on them. Nukes? I don't know about that one. I don't know if we're surviving that one. Alright, we have to kill 3 bosses with this bad boy going. This may be a laggy couple bosses. Can you beat Tiny, Master of Masters, and Leviathan? Ooh. Ooh, that's a rough 3 right there. That's a very rough 3. Since we're, you know, we've been going for a while today, let's see about the maybe a good old-fashioned bridge boss kill. Maybe? Sounds pretty spicy to me. Invis modifiers that help with the lag. Actually, that's a really good idea. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? That would probably have a huge impact. The bad thing is when moments like this happen and for some reason it's dying every once in a while. You know what? We should put the big homing on that to keep it hugging. I think every once in a while it's getting far enough away that the little homing is not strong enough, you know? Okay, sorry, what was that, Sogard? Fire button to the mouse scroll wheel instead of left click ever make you fire faster in Noita? I don't think so. Well, kind of. There is tech that's using kind of what you're saying. And what it is, it's not about the shooting of the wand. They're not like going like click, click, click to fire faster. It's that they want to fire a spell, swap away from the wand, and then swap back, all in like a key press. Which I guess you could bind that to your mouse wheel. So what's happening is it's like it's shooting, swapping a wand, swapping back, all in the same moment. And I guess you could just scroll wheel and it would just be doing that over and over and over. That's how speedrunners do some of their shit so quick. To recharge skip / extra storage. Wait, what was this? Yeah, exactly. That's when you would do, like he's saying, to recharge skip and extra storage. That's one of the main reasons you see people do that swapping away. Yeah, those other wands are pretty loud. In fact, if we keep having to use it for much longer, I may turn down the volume of the game for a little bit, since I know it's probably a bit obnoxious. But let us try this. Actually, I want that invis as well. That was a good idea. Give me one moment. There's too many good ideas right now. Dunkton explained why you would do that. You can avoid recharge time. That way, if you're cast less times than your current multicast. Wait. That way, if you're cast less times than your current multicast is. I guess that may make sense to some people. Hopefully it makes sense to people. Alright. We got an invis glimmer right here to help with any problems that we have. Alright, that's there, that's there. Expiration trigger. I think this is the spot that was open before. So we put the invis glimmer there. Hopefully this makes for less lag. I'm going to get rid of the spiral arc because it's a bit much. Actually, you know what we should put there? There you go. Area teleport. Probably perfect for it. A nuke? No. Hell no. Alright, let's try this again. %6 chance. You can tell it worked whenever you notice something that homes really strong onto the boss that was not pollen. When it's pollen that does it, then, yeah, no good. Oh, there it is. You see that? And so when it homes onto him really strong, we know, okay, it's... seems like it's in a good place. We've done it, chat. We're killing enemies with aura. The kids will love it. Aura and aura alone. Yep. Just stand here, wait for all of our enemies to die. No, not with oral. Killing all of our enemies with oral. Shut the hell up. Less lag would probably be if I put it on the... I put it on the ball lightning rather than the smart trigger. That was my bad. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was placing it. There's no turning back now. Okay, maybe we should turn back. Turn back! Turn back now! I cast the spells to magic missiles, so it's going to take every ball lightning and turn it into a magic missile right now. Give it a moment. Doing it in an area where ice was, probably not my brightest idea. This is an ASMR stream now? Yes, it is. We get to listen to ice crunching. There it goes! Couple explosions. Just a couple. One or two. One or two.
Wow.
Okay, now this time... How is it still lagging? Show GIF. Damn, look how far back this thing goes. Alright. Alright, so we're going to do this. Now we're going to move the invis to inside the spark trigger. Hopefully not nearly as laggy in that case. Let's see how this goes. There it goes. There. Oh. It's still pretty laggy, but screw it. Should be good enough. Spawning in the first boss. Boss. Oh! Woo! He's right there. Kill him already, please! If you're curious, our challenge for today is supposed to be that we create an engine that once it's made, we don't have to cast anything. Like right now I'm casting 0 spells. I'm just waiting for the engine that's infinitely firing to kill him. The engine, in case you're curious how we keep it constantly firing, is we have it near... Actually, it's kind of loud, actually. Hold on, let me... My ears are kind of bleeding, chat. Hold up. Alright, we're gonna do this for now just because it's so loud. It was kind of hurting my ears. So the engine, basically we cast a spell that is sitting on top of an area, which is where Kolmi is, that doesn't ever unload. And it just, what it's doing is it's sitting in that spot, casting spells infinitely. And you're like, well, how is it actually getting to the player? Because we have an inner spell causes a projectile to be cast from where the caster is standing. This means that even though it casts it like it could be parallel worlds away, it will still cast it where we are at because of that inner spell. Same idea whenever you're building some of the world telly wands. They make it where you can cast it in 10 parallel worlds, but you're like, how does it know to hit the player? Because it casts an inner spell, so you know it will like line up, it will hit the player. It will reach you. There's so many other builds I would have preferred to go with this fucking dude, but he's dying way slower than I wanted. I'm afraid of his polymorphine shots. Oh, don't get hit by it. Don't get hit by it. He's so close to death.
Hello everybody, my name is Bagman.
It's hard to time stuff because it's so laggy. I'm used to just being able to time like his attacks. Oh no. There he goes, yeah. Oh, shit. One kind of came back at me. Alright. 1 boss down. 2 to go. How do you pick the bosses? I'm just choosing whatever 3 bosses. I'm going to go to the meat realm. Because I don't want to do a boss that's going to take forever. Because already, as you can see, it's not the smoothest kills right now. We're going in the meat realm. Tiny, let's check if Tiny even takes any of the damage that we have. Let me think for a moment. Leviathan will take forever. Hell no. Tiny, we currently just have Explosion. Takes 50% Explosion, 30% Electric, and then none from the melee. So it could kill him eventually. It would just be quite slow. We could try it. Sure, we'll try it. We'll go Tiny after this one. I just wanted it to do a different engine build than I have, but the problem is by doing a different one, we definitely built a laggier one. There's no doubt. This thing is laggy as hell. Okay, we're at the bottom now. Just need to head over this way. Boss should be right there. I'm just gonna dive into him. Oh shit, he just got lit up immediately. Just to make it clear in case anybody's confused on like how we aren't actually using anything, if you... Okay, actually there's enemies shooting at me, give me 1 second. Dude, we do not have any wands. Like, I'm not going to stay this way, but I'm just showing so that you can really clearly visually see because you don't always know what inputs I'm doing, right? This is all just from that one spell that's sitting on top of Kolmi. I don't have any wands on my character at the moment. And man, is it laggy. Dunk, please fix FPS. Yeah, we may have to wait for that Quantum Court game before that happens. Maybe a little bit. Now just one more boss to kill and we'll have completed our challenge and I can freaking kill off the damn wisp. Needs more CPU power? No, it's the Noita engine itself. The engine itself has can only take so much, and we have hit that threshold. So we can make our game run smooth. We can make it run smooth at any moment, but the issue is I wanted to kill 3 bosses while having this crazy damage, I don't know what you would call it, this crazy damage engine going right now, the Pollen Engine. So I've already killed 2 bosses. I just need to kill 1 more to meet the criteria for today's, you know, personal challenge that we were doing. Just a fun self-imposed challenge. Well, there's Mecha Kolmi. How does this do against Mecha Kolmi? Do I have anything that hurts him? Mecha Kolmi, do I have anything that hurts you? Apparently I do. Holy shit, I don't know what was on there. I remember the damage type that hurt him, but he got his ass lit up. Alright, that's a 3rd boss. So technically we've done it. Is it explosion? For some reason I was thinking the explosion didn't hurt him. I don't know what I was thinking. And then we'll go run over Tiny for number 4 just for the hell of it. But we have met the criteria for today's personal challenge. So if our game starts to get much laggier, I can just go ahead and kill off the wisp. All bosses. Building... Dude, that would be a spicy one. Building a Pollen Engine capable of killing all bosses. Then once you have the engine going, walking around and having every boss killed just from your presence. The friend would be impossible. Oh yeah, it would be so annoying getting everything set up. I wouldn't say the friend would be impossible. You'd have to do the math in such a way that either holy damage or digging damage is like insanely high compared to all the other ones. That way when you get to the friendly boss and all the other types are healing him, you'll have so much significantly more of the type that does hurt him that it will outdamage the healing. Since most other bosses, whenever they are not hurt by the certain damage types, they aren't usually necessarily healed. They just aren't hurt. But the friendly boss is different. He's straight up healed by some of the damage types. Alright, here we go. Tiny, and I am melee immune, right? I should have looked at this earlier. Alright, Tiny is running. He's dying to my aura. My presence alone is more than enough to fucking strike fear in his heart. Alright, I gotta kill this thing off, man. I'm gonna go insane. This is definitely gonna lock up for a second. I'll check the wand. I just needed the... No, I'm not going to the Master of Masters. This is too crazy. It's too insane. Next slide, please. Yeah, basically what it's doing right now is it's going through all the casts of ball lightning and it's converting it over to magic missiles. The thing is, though, you may think, well, there wasn't that many lightnings around. Like, why did it take that long? You got to remember, we have an invis glimmer on our wand, meaning you can't see any of the actual ball lightnings. All those explosions that you're seeing there are the ending of a ball lightning exploding. It isn't the actual projectile. There's actually a shit ton of the projectiles around me. But it takes a moment to go through and turn them all into, oh, some damage. Hey, Kolmi, how's it going? Alright, let's take this to a much less laggy build and finish off Kolmi. Hopefully with that, I don't know if we'll actually get the engine kill on Kolmi. We killed 4 bosses, we only needed 3. But yeah, this one is likely gonna get kind of fucked up. What the hell? Oh, I put the teleport there. Pfft. I wasn't thinking. Whoops. I meant to put the Nala there. Oh, I never checked the tier 10 wand. Fuck! I should have glanced at it. I was in such a rush to get out of there. We'll never know. We'll never know what could have been. Check it. Hold on. At least get my a damage engine going. There it goes. See, this one isn't nearly as laggy as the other one was. Even though right now, for some reason, this one's kind of inconsistent. It shuts off every once in a while for a little bit. This is the tier 6, yeah? So that one is the tier 10. Ooh. Ugh. Yuck. 3.43 seconds of... recharge? No, I am not using the Giga Nuke. Our game is already lagged enough.
I really wish you guys could see this guy right now. He is
We're all lagged out. Won't Kolmi take ownership of that and kill you? I'd like to see him try. Nobody can handle this wisp but me. Nobody has this level of power. Well, that's weird. It's like kind of running away. You see that? Odd. Huh. You know what? Here, we'll do this. Kill this. And we're just gonna go with the good old-fashioned... shouldn't need that. Shouldn't need that. Because there could be somebody here right now that didn't get to hear all the yaps earlier. They don't want to hear, they don't want to go back into the VOD. So this will just be one quick rant for them. This one's for you. People who missed the earlier yaps. Okay, here we go. The final yap. The yap of all yaps. Okay, here we go. We have a single pinpoint of light. Yes, on its own, all it does is it's just a projectile that shoots and sits there for a bit and blows up. So what we're going to do is we're going to put an add trigger onto this pinpoint of light. What happens with an add trigger is it makes it where it fires something else after it, or whenever it runs into something, like it runs into an enemy or a wall. Meaning, if I were to put some a chain bolt here, if I shoot it at the ceiling, it's the ceiling, chain bolt comes out, just like you would expect. But what if you wanted to fire many of these chain bolts? Well, what you could do is, if you had a ton of pollen. If you have a ton of pollen in the air and you shoot this pinpoint of light and it goes through the pollen, notice that whenever it hits the pollen, each time it hits a group of pollen, every single pollen will fire off its own chain bolt. Meaning, the more pollen, the more pinpoint will react, sending off more chain bolts. And that could be for any spell that you put after it. You could put triplicate bolts. Or, hold up. Where is, oh, ball lightning. There you go. See all the ball lightnings? There's a lot of them. So how do you get the combination where the shot supplies its own pollen? That way you don't have to shoot a ton of pollen, then shoot into the pollen. That's a little bit much, right? So what you do instead is you make it so that whenever the trigger hits something, it itself will fire off pollen. So if there's lots of pollen in the air, like that, actually I don't even need lots of pollen, I only need a single pollen. And then I hit the pollen, and if you look, if I shoot like that regularly, nothing. But if I hit at least one single, I don't know why I keep firing so many. If I fire off a single pollen and I hit it, it begins a chain reaction that fires off pollen the entire rest of the way. Because once it fires off one pollen, pinpoint a light will hit the pollen, firing off its payload, which is pollen, which gets in the way of the pinpoint a light, making it fire off another one. It's like recursion. See, it's causing a chain reaction. Now we got that going, so we can just put down a double. Instead of just the pollen by itself, add pollen and then something else. This pollen is there for the chain reaction. The second spell is to be the damage. So our damage could be whatever the hell we want. We could say, let's do phasing.
I really wish you guys could see this guy right now. He is drenched.
Triplicate bolts with a damage field. So now, whenever we shoot it normally like this, nothing. If it hits something like the wall, it fires off the payload. So we throw that pollen in the air, fire through it. See that? Get lots of amount of that. To keep it so that we don't have to keep throwing pollen into the air every time we want to use it, just put pollen at the very beginning of the wand so that the first shot will be pollen. Second shot will be the thing that interacts with the pollen. First shot pollen, second shot thing interacting. And then if you put down a double, it will just fire off both of these groups at the same time. So from there, let's keep adding to the payload. We can add whatever the hell we want. We can put a triple down here. Instead of having just the damage field, phasing, and the triplicate, fuck it. Put on, we need another projectile for the group. So we have, these are the modifiers. It's projectile 1, projectile 2, and then projectile 3 could be the chain bolts. And now we fire it. Pretty cool, right? If we really want to get frisky, we could say, screw it. Instead of a triple, make it a quad. So it's a 3 and a triple and a double, and then now we can throw the ball lightning in there, and now we got this is a trigger loop or a pollen engine. Usually the engine, I guess, is more referred to whenever you have it going infinitely, but I probably still qualifies as a pollen engine. It's just the engine before. The only difference between what we have now and the engine that we had before, the engine that we had before, we went out of our way to make sure the pinpoint light had an infinite lifetime. Right now, it just goes for a little bit and then it dies off. If you make it so the pinpoint never dies, then they'll keep shooting this stuff forever. But it would only keep shooting this stuff forever wherever the pinpoint is at. Like wherever the projectile is at, that's where it's shooting off at that point of contact. So if you were to put a inner spell, did I throw it on the ground? I may have thrown it on the ground. That's my bad. Did I? Yeah, I did right there. This inner spell, all you got to do is put it right there. So now when the pinpoint light ever has an interaction with stuff, it will fire it off on the player. The reason this would be a mistake here, though, is because this inner spell, you're having it apply to the entire group. And that includes that one pollen that is supposed to interact with the pinpoint of light. That's where things got a little bit complicated and why I had to be like, okay, I want this inner spell to apply to everything except for the pollen. I don't want that as part of the group. So then it was like, well, fuck it. Then we have to make it its own group. So make it its own group by saying, hey, let's say, let's make it its own trigger. Make it an expiration trigger on this pollen. And then package all of these spells inside this pollen, which we did by just moving the triple here and saying, okay, pollen will trigger off 3 projectiles, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. And because it's an inner spell, when this pollen, whenever this pollen dies, it expires, all of these spells will fire off on top of the player. So now I shoot it, and as you can see, it fires like from inside of me. When in reality, you saw exactly how it was before. Before, it was firing way off in the distance. The inner spell is bringing it back to me. And now it just makes it look like I have some kind of like mega beam going on. Okay, but what about nukes? The nukes will not go well. It'll be too laggy. You wouldn't even see anything. It would just be like hey, look, it'd be like looking into the sun and somebody's like, oh, it's awesome. It's like, yeah, your eyes are fucking bleeding right now. What are you talking about? You can't see shit. from inside of you like a fart? Sure. Sure. If that makes it make sense to you, sure. Whatever works for you. But let's go ahead and smack him around. It's time to kill Kolmi. Put an end to his reign of terror. He only has 3 orbs, so he's going to be a little bit of a joke. Here it is. Here it goes. Be real with it. He put up a shield too quickly. Bad Kolmi. I'm not sure how Reign of Terror, dude, just chilling in his lab. Oh, you see, he was looking so menacing during, like, he was in the background. He was like moving in a way that only a bad guy would move. You can't trust that movement.
Really,
you see those legs moving?
See this guy right now. He is drenched.
They're not trustworthy at all. Are we the baddies? It actually has been discussed many times that we may, in fact, be the bad guys in Noita. It's kind of a hard thing to argue against because the evidence is pretty damning. So into the portal we go. Don't worry. I know you guys are concerned. We're not going to die where the peasants die. That would be embarrassing. Would never make such a mistake. We die only where the god gamers go to die. That was totally wicked. You do, in fact, look like Palpatine right now. I'm assuming you mean in-game, Clover Wizard. Otherwise, I know what he looks like. Looks kind of cool, though, doesn't it? Look at this. It's a Kamehameha. Again, I don't know how well that's captured on stream. I'm sure the bitrate tanks to shit anytime I fire it off. I'm sure it just goes down. Like it looks like just a blur. But on my screen, it looks awesome. But there it is, chat. Our Friday night / Saturday morning Pollen Engine goofiness. For the most part, I was learning a lot of stuff for myself, and I really liked Durium's idea of like putting the black hole at the beginning. That helped a ton by making it, because the problem is the pinpoint of light itself. Sometimes if it idles, you don't get this cool reaction you're looking for, and that idea of doing like a Nala black hole caused the movement. It was like the perfect setup to get what we were looking for today. So I'm sure we'll do some more stuff with the Pollen Engine in the future. Because I have a lot to learn about it. I've only done a couple runs with it ever, and as many of you, who probably a lot of you guys have spent more time with Pollen Engines than I have. So a lot of you probably, when I'm moving stuff around, you're like, "Why are you putting that there? Why are you putting that there?" Because gotta learn more about it. It is a fun one to mess around with, though. It is definitely a fun one. Oh, GG, chat. Into the dark sun we go. I'm pretty powerful. It takes a moment. Yes, tomorrow, Yap engine at 100%. Oh yeah, we're maxed out on the Yap. Tomorrow's run will be our Super Bowl run. We're gonna be playing Noita, but we have a penalty rule set made by QZ. He did it last year for the Super Bowl as well, and people really enjoyed it. For people that love doing the whole, technically, you messed up because of blah, blah, blah. For people that love that shit, they go wild on the Super Bowl day. Because they're like, oh, fucking penalty. We got a 10-yard penalty, holding. And I'm just like, what? And yeah, it gets pretty wild. But it's pretty fun. Not Super Bowl, Super Bowl. The bowls of superness. Aqua's live too? Well, hold on. Let me see what's going on with the note. Golden yes signs going out to K4113 and Mr. Purple. Congratulations to both you guys on your golden yes signs. 7 streaks going out to Tara Koishi. Day XS R-Type. Is that next Hokage? It's like Hokage. We'll just call him Hokage. My brain is fried from this. Next Hokage. Mr. Purple, Loop, Slug, Thumbsy, Blessed RNG, Weld, Nans, Keldy, Swade, Sweatus? It's Swade something. K4113, Rauki, Kane, Mothwood, Lion 4, Koyan, Squiddy. Zoom back a little bit. Okay, those are all the 7 streaks. -7 going out to Subway Punk, Shadow King, Flash Fast, and Sogard the Viking. Congratulations to you 4. You got your little dunce caps. They're in your backpack. They're a cosmetic for your character for being wrong 7 times in a row, which is impressively stupid. So you got to commemorate that with a cosmetic. It automatically is in your backpack. You can equip it whenever you like. If you don't know what's in your backpack, you can always type !backpack, and the bot will give you a link that you can click, and it shows your entire inventory of stuff that you have gathered through the years or maybe days that you've been part of the community, whatever amount of time you've been here. Plankins with the back-to-back 7 streak. Plank, congratulations on the back-to-back 7 streak, the 14. But the 2 Giga Chads have 21 in a row going out to Duff Nose and Green Apple Snail. Congratulations on your 21 streaks, you two. I don't want to have you on the same list as this group here because we get to point and laugh and throw tomatoes at these guys who lost their streak. Only one person, actually. Elder, the only person who lost their streak, who was a negative 6 streak, so maybe they intentionally lost it because they didn't want to be wrong anymore. I get you. I hear you. Whew. I hope you're enjoying the rest of your Saturday, Friday night. Hold on. Saturday morning, going into Saturday night. I'll be streaming again, and dude, it's like so late, man. It's too late right now. It's like it's fucking 10 a.m. my time. I gotta go get some breakfast. I'm hungry, or dinner, I guess, for me, depending on how you look at it. I'm starving. Let's see who's on playing the video games. Actually, I wanted to see if Derek was on. We haven't rated him forever, and somebody in the chat said something about being in Derek. Listen, I don't know the full details of it all. I just know that they've been in Derek. I don't see him on. So you know what? But what's Yolk doing right now? He's doing 11 orb. That surely doesn't pivot into, oh, the sacred barrel, I bet is what it says. It's into the barrel always. Yolk actually was on pace the other day to get a world record run in the sacred barrel, and it didn't work out, which was pretty heartbreaking. Pretty unlucky. Then we got Aqua on. Big early stream. Let's do a god run or something. Nice. And then, oh shit, we also have Iwasha over here. I don't know if have we ever rated Iwasha? Anytime I see a community member, oh, Johnny's on streaming too. Johnny, if you don't know, has only recently begun his journey into the streamer realm. Liquid K. Look at all these. We got all these guys from our community. I recognize so many of the names. Seth. So wait, we know Yolk. I'm trying to think if I recognize Zero Damage. That one I'm not sure on. I know Yolk. We got Aqua. We got Seth. We got Iwasha. We got Liquid Cake. Johnny Renders. Anybody else that I recognize right away? I mean, these other people, they could be part of our community too. It's just maybe not as active. They could be lurkers. But damn, we got some people to choose between. I'll try to raid one of the ones I think I've never raided before. I don't think I've raided Iwasha or Johnny Renders. So let's hit Iwasha with the raid right now. And then hopefully in the near future we'll get to tag Johnny with some love. Don't worry, we'll spread the love. I try to spread the love everywhere. That way you guys can choose whichever streamers you like the most, because there's a bunch of us sweaty nerds on playing games all the time. And whenever you're off in your free time, maybe you're off school, off work, whatever, you should be watching whatever makes you, brings you enjoyment, makes you happy. So I try to just show you guys all these different variety of streamers so that you guys can make the choice of which one you enjoy watching the most. So raid is queued up for Iwasha. We'll definitely get a chance to tag more of those other guys that we recognize in the future. Hopefully they keep streaming Noita. It always makes me happy to look in the Noita section and see all these just the streamer options in general is exciting, but even to see people from our community and stuff is exciting as well. It's awesome. Because in the early days, if you weren't here in the early days, Steffi knows what's up. Steffi was here in those early days. She knows. But I would end stream and I'd go, who are we going to raid? And I'd pull up the Noita section and there would be nobody on. We're talking 0 people streaming Noita. And this wasn't one-time occurrence. We're talking for like 6 months. It would be majority of my streams that would end, there would be nobody on in the Noita section. And you may think, well, what does that matter? Because it's kind of, you want to keep some life going, you know, in the Noita section. Even just because I'm not streaming it doesn't mean there isn't fun to be had in Noita. You want the community to have places to hang out. So it always make me sad because it felt like it was just like, all right, well, I guess we'll head to another category. But these days, there's always somebody on playing Noita, always somebody on some crazy adventure. So keep the good times rolling with iWasha. Have fun. Don't worry. He is part of the Moist Mob, so he will not be afraid of you sweaty nerds. And I'll see you guys in about 14 or 15 hours, something like that. Yeah. Next time we raid the small channel LEC. I don't even know who the hell that is, Himmer. You know me. I always go by your raid targets. I'm sure you're probably memeing, but I go by your raid targets. See you guys in like 15 hours. Stay sweaty. Stay awesome. Deuces, chat.